Chapter 1611. After a night of hard work, the nun was unaware of the many things that had happened in the outside world. She only knew that the Black Order would soon know about the sinking of the Nautilus and the failure of Grant's mission. The next time they came, it might not be as simple as a few combat nuns. After all, she was carrying the holy relic of reversal and even had the deicide armor, one of the crystallization of the Order. How could the Order let her go so easily? With this thought, Lamia's suddenly came to a realization. Then she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Since the Order knew that she was carrying the holy relic of reversal and the important deicide armor, even if they were determined to capture her, shouldn't they be more careful so that there wouldn't be any accidents during the process? Once this train of thought was opened, Lamia's could not help but assume the role of Grant's order. If it had been her, she would not have exposed her intentions so early if she had only brought 6 combat nuns and the opponent was the absent-minded armor. She would have brought them onto the Nautilus first, then slowly planned to seize the holy relic of reversal, control the armor, and then finally control them. But Sister Grant had directly exposed her intentions from the very beginning. Did she expect that he would not resist at all? She was the instructor of the entire combat nuns. How could she make such a low-level mistake? She wants me to resist. Lamia's took a deep breath. The birth of this thought was the source of the discomfort in her heart at this time. The Order had not given up on her. Perhaps the old faction was under great pressure, so they had to use this method. No, the old faction's attitude was already very obvious. Perhaps this was just Sister Grant's personal behavior. Thinking of this, the huge sense of guilt in her heart made Lamia's overturn her plan to go to the manor in an instant. She hurriedly packed up everything, then rode the motorcycle and rushed to the cliff as fast as she could. Although Father Stella was crazy, he only knocked down the 6 combat nuns and did not kill them. Lamia's only removed the inverse cross of fear from them and placed it behind a rock on the cliff. However, when the motorcycle reached the top of the cliff, Lamia's did not find the 6 combat nuns they had probably left after waking up. She looked at the place where the Nautilus was sunk by Father Stella, gritted her teeth, put on a set of reverse cross of fear, and began to search the nearby sea. But she only found the broken Nautilus at the bottom of the sea, but did not see Sister Grant. Father Stella only shot her down, but at that time, Sister Grant was wearing armor. Even if she sank to the bottom of the sea, fish could not bite through the armor's defense. Even if she was dead, her body should still be there. Lamia's was slightly relieved that she didn't find Sister Grant. When she was about to return and make a long-term plan, she found a cave covered by reefs at the bottom of the cliff. She subconsciously flew into the cave, but found nothing. Shaking her head, Lamia's really didn't know how Sister Grant was doing now. I can only remember this favor, but I will never go back to the convent now. Having made up her mind, Lamia's temporarily put aside these distracting thoughts and went to the mysterious manor on the outskirts. How long would it take to cross the sea, the territories of several inland countries, and finally return to the Holy City? Angel Jennifer did not even have time to calculate this, because her remaining power was about to disappear. The mysterious man in the suit had already touched her origin by seizing her power. With the origin damaged to this extent, it was probably only possible to return to heaven and immerse herself in the holy pool of heaven to repair it. Fortunately, before Angel Jennifer's power was about to sink to the bottom, she successfully returned to the 4-winged Angel Hamalel's side. At this time, Angel Hamalel was in a meeting with 2 other angels and the Pope of the Holy Church. A total of 5 angels descended this time, with Hamalel as the leader. As for the other 4 angels, including Jennifer, they were all 2-winged angels of the lower 3 levels, but their standing was not inferior to the lowest level angels of the middle 3 levels. They were the elites of the exploration corps of heaven. But just as Angel Jennifer arrived, her body rushed in through the window and then fell on the floor of the room. After that, a faint ball of light floated out of the female's body. The light was so weak that it seemed like it would be extinguished at any time. The Pope was shocked. Lord Hamilel, this is? At this time, Lord Hamilel's face was terrifyingly dark. He reached out and took the faint ball of light in his palm, then closed his eyes. After a while, Angel Hamilel opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. The two angels were already impatient at this time. Seeing Hamilel open his eyes, they hurried forward. Hamilel waved his hand and sank the origin representing Angel Jennifer into his body. Then he said in a deep voice, they were in trouble, and Fayers did not come back. Jennifer has used her last consciousness to tell me what happened. Don't worry, after returning, I will apply to send Jennifer's origin into the holy pool to be repaired. It's a pity that Fayers will not come back again. Fayers and Jennifer went out to bring back the holy relic. What kind of terrifying enemy did they encounter? Another male angel said with an ugly expression at this time. Fells was defeated, and Jennifer desperately returned. This matter had already sounded a dangerous alarm for the descending angels. This subworld had a terrifying opponent that could threaten or even kill them. A mysterious man. Hamilel already knew what happened when he shared Jennifer's spiritual sense. After that, Angel Hamilel looked at the Pope and said coldly, I didn't expect that the former warden of the Godly Might prison had fallen to become a terrifying blasphemer. To be able to cultivate heretics of this level, you are really good as the Pope. Before the matter of Fayers and Angel Jennifer was clear, the two angels were instantly alarmed by Lord Hamilel's words. They naturally knew what blasphemers were. They were a group of terrifying heretics who had no faith at all and denied the existence of faith from the bottom of their hearts. They were even immune to holy power attacks. Being immune to holy power was equivalent to being immune to most angel attacks. To deal with such blasphemers, they could only rely on physical attacks. Blasphemers could be said to be the most difficult to deal with among the many heretics. What? The Pope's expression changed slightly at this moment. Stella is a blasphemer? That's impossible. 30 years ago, Stella's holy power was comparable to the group of century-old ascetics in the Holy Church's forbidden area. The purity of his holy power is even incomparable to that of the petitioners. How can he be a blasphemer? Humph, Lord Hamilel snorted coldly. So, you're saying that the information Angel Jennifer desperately brought back is wrong, right? No. The Pope shook his head and lowered his head. I just feel that there is something suspicious. Lord Hamilel, can you give me some time to investigate thoroughly? No need. Lord Hamilel waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Blasphemers must be eliminated as soon as they are discovered. Blasphemers are like a plague. They can infect others at the fastest speed. I absolutely cannot allow the source of this disaster to develop freely outside. Paladin Wasco should still be here at this time. Please allow me to contact him and ask clearly, the Pope said carefully. I already said no need. Lord Hamilel waved his hand and then said in a deep voice, Pope, please immediately summon all the paladins in the Holy City as well as the priests. I want to go to Britain. Now. The Pope left. As a religious Pope, he could not go against the will of the heavenly emissary. His strength did not allow him to go against this at all. My lord, you actually want to mobilize most of the Holy Church's power. The male angel said in shock. Could it be that the enemy Fells and Jennifer encountered was really so powerful in this world? It's the original void demon, Hamilel said with a grave expression. Stella raised original void demon. The two angels' expressions changed drastically. Lord Hamilel waved his hand and said, All right, you two go and prepare for the moment. Once the church's people are gathered, we will immediately set off. Yes, their thoughts turned quickly, but the two angels did not obey the order and left. Only Hamilel was left in the room. But at this moment, besides anger, there was even a hint of doubt between his brows. That was the last message from Jennifer's spiritual sense. The secret of this subworld. Hamilel could not help but fall into deep thought. Could this person be a powerful creature from a certain dimension? With this thought, Lord Hamilel suddenly took out Jennifer's weak origin that had sunk into his body. He stared at it for a long time, and a hint of viciousness suddenly flashed in his eyes. You may not know, but the reason why angels of the lower 3 levels can be endlessly born from the reincarnation pool is only because you are created as consumables, as weapons. The power needed to repair you and create another angel is the same. Since that's the case, you might as well give me a little power here. The weak ball of light in his palm suddenly began to struggle violently, but the next moment it was eaten by Lord Hamilel. After dawn, the warm sunlight began to dispel the chill that had been brewing in the town all night. In the middle of the dilapidated and empty old building, the sunlight sprinkling in brought a trace of warmth to teacher Pu Lin. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was sleeping on the floor. Then he promptly crawled up. Staring at his hands that were still wearing white gloves, Mr. Poulin's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he slowly took off half of the white gloves. The power of death instantly spread out at this moment, and a bird that had stayed outside the window instantly fell downstairs. Mr. Poulin had to put on the gloves again. I actually made it through this time. Teacher Poulin wrinkled his eyebrows. That kind of explosion of the power of death had happened a total of 4 times over the years, including this time. The first 3 times, each time brought about a terrifying result. The first time, an entire village of people died. The second time, because he was wandering in the mountains at that time, only a few hunters died, but the area covered was an entire mountain. The second time, the life of the entire mountain was wiped out. The third time, because of a premonition, Mr. Poulin simply went out to sea and came to a deserted island alone. That time, the power of death covered an area of 30 nautical miles. As for the fourth time, he actually did notice when the explosion happened, but it didn't cause any damage. Could it be that after the first 3 explosions, he could subconsciously control the damage caused by the explosion of the power of death after the 4th explosion? Not necessarily. Mr. Poulin let out a long sigh. The 4th explosion happened without warning, but he vaguely felt that the 5th explosion seemed to be coming soon. It seems that it's about time to leave this place. In order to deal with this kind of sudden explosion of the power of death, he needed to find a deserted place. He sighed, thinking about Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who were still in the hospital. After a moment of contemplation, he went out of the door and walked to the suburbs to find some fresh soil. Boss Luo went to sleep in the second half of the night. Since Miss Maid came back, Boss Luo felt that he couldn't continue to stay up late. At dawn, Miss Maid, who didn't need to sleep, was already busy in the kitchen. As for Eve, she stayed aside, waiting for orders and reporting some things. She really said so. Miss Maid, who was making souffle, smiled and looked at Eve, saying, "You're so interesting. You're actually debating with you. It seems that this Miss Lamia's is really an independent woman. Because of her limited cognitive level, Lamia's doesn't know her ignorance." Eve shook her head. Judging from the female named Lamia's threat level, it's 0. Miss Maid, who was shaking the spoon, suddenly stopped, saying indifferently, "You're really a busybody." But Eve said, "I have the obligation to eliminate the threats around my creator." Miss Maid said expressionlessly, "I don't remember writing a similar program for you." Eve said seriously, "But my creator gave me the ability to learn. As a servant, I have the obligation to solve problems for my creator. My master was born in Huaxia, so I learned a lot of history of Huaxia. Recently, I've been studying the skills of harem intrigue. My creator, please rest assured." Miss Maid's hand stopped once again. The souffle in the frying pan was broken. I failed. Chapter 1612. Since it was broken, it was better to throw it away. Miss Maid, who had always been a perfectionist, threw away the breakfast without hesitation and prepared a new set of ingredients. She planned to make another half an hour later. So, what was Miss Maid going to do in the next half an hour? She planned to reboot Eve and do a core inspection. Eve's progress was a little too fast, and it had exceeded her expectations by about 10%. Perhaps it was affected by the explosive information from the outside world. But it was beyond the estimation, and the reason must be found. As a qualified maid, how could she serve her master with a defective product? Eve didn't resist and followed all the orders of the Creator from the core level. In the room, Eve undid the buttons on the clothes one by one. Then the front button, underwear. A straight crack began to appear on the artificial skin, and then the breastplate of Eve, as a bionic machine, slowly opened to both sides, and a spherical core was slowly sent out. After connecting the data cable, Miss Maid began a series of checks. Eve didn't even ask why the Creator wanted to test her core. She just sat quietly on the chair. If it wasn't for the fact that her body was split open, she would have looked like a quiet beauty from the back. There was no problem. A trace of doubt flashed in Miss Maid's eyes. Because there was no problem, she felt doubtful. Maybe she was actually a suspicious person. Eve was made before Adam. Eve had an abnormal evolution, and then it was directly reformatted by Miss Maid, and then it was directly sealed in Miss Maid's private laboratory. Was it really because it absorbed too much junk information on the internet? Miss Maid saw that it was almost time, and her fingers started to tap on the keyboard. She re-entered a few new small instructions in the core of Eve. For example, as a lady, what should she do and what shouldn't she do? Palace strife was impossible. There would never be a palace strife because there was no harem. To serve the master, one must be sincere and sincere, but one must not mix in other unnecessary emotions. Miss Maid, who hadn't typed in code for a long time, couldn't stop typing. Her fingers didn't stop until she expanded the number of commands to 108. Then, she sent the core back into Eve's body with satisfaction. She pressed the restart button. After waking up, Eve became more gentle and beautiful, and its words and deeds could be called a model of a lady. Miss Maid had many hobbies to kill time in her spare time, and she also liked to design some things. Her creative desire was actually different from ordinary people. She looked at the restarted Eve with satisfaction and smiled. When you are completely perfect, I will take a part of you and re-implant it into the core of Adam so that you will no longer be lonely. Many years ago, or in the distant time and space, there was a great voice had said similar words to a man named Adam. Go to work. Okay. Seeing Eve leave, Miss Maid packed up the things in her hands. She suddenly thought that she should also take some time to check Adam. Because Adam didn't have any abnormalities, the core check of Adam didn't seem to be as frequent as before. But Adam was temporarily working as a temporary administrator of the third server in another subworld. The master was about to wake up, so he couldn't leave during the time when the master woke up. Probably he had to wait for the next master to fall asleep. Oh, the breakfast had to be remade. It was a very traditional English breakfast, staple food, non-staple food, bread and hand-brewed coffee. But Boss Luo smelled a fragrance that was about to disperse. It seemed to be the taste of souffle. Of course, Boss Luo wasn't picky about food. Eve took advantage of this time to send a copy of today's newspaper. Boss Luo felt that Eve seemed to be a little different from yesterday. He glanced at the servant girl thoughtfully and didn't feel dissatisfied at all. Eve was still the same Eve, and there was no soul light. Therefore, no matter how it was adjusted, it didn't seem to be a big problem. What do you think will happen if we hold a wedding for Adam and Eve? Boss Luo suddenly said with his imagination running wild. Miss Maid blinked as if to say, I haven't had a wedding yet. They don't have feelings for each other yet? That's true. Boss Luo smiled casually and said it was just a joke. Then he said, What do you think of the problem we talked about last night? It referred to the problem of combining the artificial soul technology of a destroyed subworld and the new structural alchemy technology of Boss Luo. In fact, it was like this. Many customers' needs were very tricky. Most of them coveted for convenience and fulfilled through the altar. But in this way, Boss Luo had to first buy from the altar and then sacrifice through the transaction fee to earn the difference. But if Boss Luo, as the store manager, could fulfill the customer's needs without using the altar, of course, he would make a pure profit by going out to sacrifice. Luochio gradually had his own calculations. For now, he only saw the benefits of increasing the time, and there were no disadvantages. It's feasible, Miss Maid nodded, but it needs a lot of data and experimental support. We need time to do research and the integration of the two technologies. Miss Maid also put aside the altar's ability and began to discuss this matter. She had learned a lot, and many of them had reached the advanced field. But no matter how good Miss Maid's ability was, she was just a maid in charge of daily life in the previous world. Her ability was not fully utilized. Or it could be said that the previous world chose the trade model of large quantities and was not in the mood to do research on her own. The purpose of the integration of the two technologies was to create real life, but in fact, the creation technology of the artificial soul was enough to meet the requirements. The artificial soul only needed a carrier to be called a life. Therefore, the ordinary cloning technology could also do it. As for the human body, it seemed to be useless, but if it was not as simple as creating a life, but a further step to create a designated individual, there would be such a trade. Resurrection. Create an artificial soul that was the same as the original one. Create a body that was the same as the original one, and then resurrect into the original one. I moved your laboratory here, Boss Luo smiled and said. The basement of the manor has been opened up, and it is enough just now. There was no change in the manor just now, but now the servant girl's private laboratory had been embedded out of thin air. The results in the future were likely to save a lot of expenses. Therefore, Boss Luo made the initial investment with a wave of his hand. At this time, Eve came back and said that Lamias was standing outside the manor. Miss Maid seemed to have guessed that this nun would come, so she was not too surprised. Last night, she accompanied Boss Luo to watch a movie. Well, this damn and convenient information screened TV. Lamias failed 17 times, which was naturally recorded by Miss Maid in her heart. Therefore, Miss Maid smelled the smell of the guest early, but she didn't know whether it was the kind of guest that the master liked. But since she came, she just had to greet her. Who is this? Lamias looked at the golden-haired and blue-eyed Miss Maid standing in front of her with surprise. Out of curiosity, she couldn't help but compare this golden-haired and blue-eyed Miss Maid with Eve. Beauty was almost the same. When beauty reached a certain level, it was almost the same. The next was actually the difference between temperaments. Then what was the temperament of Miss Maid? Lamias didn't want to say, but instinctively seemed to feel a kind of danger approaching. In addition, did this young manor owner have a hobby of collecting beautiful maids? Yi. Miss Maid didn't hesitate to answer the question, and introduced herself with a sweet smile. I'm the head maid of the master. Head maid was actually a title that Miss Maid added herself. Lamias was suddenly afraid of the 3 words head maid. This young manor owner really had a hobby of collecting beautiful maids. It was true. But Miss Maid didn't say anything after introducing herself, and just stood quietly behind Boss Luo. Lamias always felt that she saw a huge evil ghost with horrible eyes behind Miss Maid, and couldn't help but feel scared. In order to hide her feelings, she had to pick up the teacup, but the horrible bitter taste stimulated her taste buds, making her have an impulse to vomit. What kind of tea is this? She asked subconsciously. The servant girl concisely said, Tea soup, it's a tea ceremony from Japan. Miss Nun, who secretly blacklisted this kind of tea ceremony in her heart, put down the cup, rearranged her sitting posture, and then slowly said, Today I came here mainly for 2 things. Please say. Boss Luo glanced at Miss Maid and also said concisely. Lamias said seriously, First of all, I'm very grateful for your help yesterday. Although the result was not satisfactory, the problem was me, so in order to express my gratitude, please accept this gift." She moved a leather case with a whole set of inverse cross of fear armor to the table and pushed it out. "This is—" Luocho looked at Miss Nun of the Black Order with surprise, and then he considered whether to accept this gift or not. "Armor, inverse cross of fear," Lamias said slowly. "It's just a generic model based on the god-slaying armor. Although it's a mass-produced model, it has retained more than 50% of the technology of the god-slaying armor. Except for the most important core, it's actually more practical than the god-slaying armor. Originally, I planned to give the god-slaying armor as a gift, but it was destroyed by Father Stella yesterday, so the inverse cross of fear is the only thing I can take out now. It's a small token of my appreciation." So it was as if she did not say anything. This favor was extraordinarily smooth. But Boss Luo did not say anything. He just opened the leather case, curiously. With the structure of this case, it was obvious that there was no way to store the inverse cross of fear that covered the whole body. According to the parts of the armor, it needed at least a case of 1 cubic meter. The only explanation was that the essence of this set of armor was nanotechnology. It was like the Playboy Iron Man's Mark V in a movie, but movies were movies and most of them were fantasies or technologies that had not been achieved yet. But obviously, the Black Order had reached the level of this technology. Boss Luo did not express that he wanted to accept this set of armor. He let the case be placed on the table and then asked, "What's the second thing?" After careful consideration, Lamias said, "I don't know if you can shelter me for a while." Actually, her biggest purpose in coming here was to let this mysterious manor owner take action and try to fuse the inverse cross of fear with the holy relic of reverse cross of fear. In her estimation, if a new set of armor could be born, then the performance and power of the new set of armor would definitely be comparable to the god-slaying armor, or even surpass it. But why would the other party help her? On the way here, Lamias had been thinking for a long time. The conclusion she came to was that even if she sold her body, she would not be able to move the other party. She, who had been abandoned by the Black Order, could not take out anything special that could move the other party. Taking a step back, Lamias planned to stay by the other party's side first, and then look for an opportunity. As for Father Stella, she naturally wouldn't really treat Father Stella as her god and faith. That was just a trick she used to deal with the crazy Father Stella in a flash of inspiration. She didn't expect it to be so effective. Father Stella was an unstable lunatic. She did not know if she would be beaten down by this priest one day if she stayed by Stella's side. But this manor owner was different. Lamias did not know how powerful this young manor owner was. But since he could easily suppress a holy knight of Wasco's level, his strength should not be too far from Father Stella's, who could destroy the god-slaying armor with one punch. On the other hand, compared to a greasy old man like Father Stella, this mysterious manor owner in front of her was obviously more pleasing to the eye. Young. At least he looked young, powerful, humble. Even a child would know how to choose. Yes, Miss Nun was a good-looking person. Chapter 1613. Protection. Luocho glanced at Lamias at this time. Of course, it was not because of how strange this request was. In fact, similar requests had actually occurred many times in the shop's account books in the past. The person who handled it was naturally the previous owner. Boss Luo had seriously made a deal like protection, but in fact he had never done it once. Miss Maid had no expression, as if she did not hear Lamia's request. Yes, protection. Seeing that the manor owner didn't directly refuse her, Lamias nodded hurriedly. Of course, the protection is not absolute. If your excellency encounters a situation beyond your ability, I'll leave directly or you can directly hand me over. It's not a problem. Miss Maid looked at Lamias with some surprise at this time. Protection and limited protection. This girl was completely playing the role of a poor, persecuted person who did not even dare to expect to be helped. His humble appearance made him look quite professional. But would there be a situation beyond the shop's ability? Luacio's curious thought in his heart was, if there was, he would like to see it. Since it's protection, there is naturally a time limit. Boss Luo ended his thoughts and asked directly, I don't know how long Miss Lamia's protection period is in your mind. There's hope. Lamia's couldn't help but feel slightly excited, but she knew that at this time she had to be more stable and not anxious. So she said more seriously, 1 week. The first protection period is 1 week. From the time the Black Order knew that the Nautilus sank, the combat nun squad failed, and Sister Grant's whereabouts were unknown, to the time they took to respond. In fact, at most 3 days was enough. 1 week was the safety time Lamia's gave herself. If there was a first time, there would naturally be a second time, and the second time obviously had to be based on the situation of the first time to make more detailed considerations. Every step needed to be taken step by step. In fact, Boss Luo quite liked this kind of careful attitude. He looked at Miss Nunn with a little more interest. I'm happy to make this deal with you, Miss Lamia's. Boss Luo smiled slightly. But since it's a deal, I think Miss Lamia's should also be clear about the nature of the deal. Here's the point. Lamia's heart tightened at this time. Boss Luo did not even care about the reverse holy relic and returned it to her casually, but promised to help her suppress Wasco because of the information of sphere of structural alchemy, which made it difficult for Lamia's to figure out his preferences. But when she came, she had already thought of a countermeasure and planned to take a big gamble. One condition. Lamia's took a deep breath, saying solemnly, the protection time is 1 week, and the reward is a condition. No matter what your request is, as long as I can do it, I'll meet your conditions. Huh. Miss Maid, who was behind Boss Luo, suddenly snorted. Lamia's suddenly shuddered. Before the young manor master could speak, she added, this condition doesn't have any so-called moral standards. It can be completely according to your will. In other words, as long as you think I can do it, I can do it. Even death. That's a very high reward. Boss Luo smiled at this time. It was a smile of seeing something interesting. It was not difficult to shelter Lamia's for a week, and he did not even need to use the ability of the altar. In fact, Miss Maid was enough to shelter Lamia's for a week. If Miss Maid could not do it, Boss Luo would probably be able to do it. In the worst case, he could use the Ark of the Covenant to forcibly awaken the powerful Black Soul envoys who were on vacation. For example, the 9th beginning, who was in the Transcendence camp, but not necessarily in the shop. The usage of the Black Soul envoys was not only to attract customers to increase sales or to be a bill collector, but also to be a high-level fighter. You agreed? Lamia's couldn't help but ask. Although she had high expectations for the success of this trade agreement, she still couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, they were facing the entire Black Order, which was a giant force in the Dark World. If they were not fully prepared, a neutral force such as the Magician Association would not easily fight to the death with the Black Order. But since the other party was just a small group or even a private force, how can I not agree? After all, Miss Lamia's reward is so high. Boss Luo smiled casually. How about this? The protection period is 1 week, and then during the protection period, you can freely move around the town. What do you think? The town? Lamia's frowned. Boss Luo knew what she was worried about, so he said casually, don't worry, if you encounter any danger, we will immediately come to your side and won't let you have an accident. If you don't believe me, you can experience it first. Experience it? Lamia's couldn't help but be stunned, because in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of a seaside lighthouse more than 10 kilometers away from the manor. Lamia's knew this lighthouse. The sea breeze was salty and fishy. She looked around in horror, but before this feeling of fear spread throughout her body, she returned to the manor again. She looked at the young manor owner and the blonde woman with blue eyes who claimed to be the head maid in surprise. Boss Luo said softly, you see, our reaction is very fast, right? Lamia's nodded her stiff neck. Who knew what she was going through at this moment? At this moment, Lamia's only had one thought in her mind. She seemed to have underestimated the means of this mysterious manor owner. The request for a trade was too conservative. "Okay, Miss Lamias, you are free to move around." Boss Luo stood up at this time. "It's still the same as before, except for the places above the second floor and your room. You can do whatever you want here. Then, if you want to have dinner here, we'll meet in the evening." Where are you going?" Lamias couldn't help but ask curiously. "School." Boss Luo blinked and said, "I am still a student." Lamias. It was still the same room that was arranged for her when she was injured last time. Eve led the way, and now Eve was standing beside her. "Xiaohua, is your master really still a student?" Lamias was still in a state of shock. Coincidentally, she was also a tutor in the physics department of that university, but she was the kind that often skipped work. "Since my master is studying, of course, he is a student." Eve looked indifferent. Lamias didn't get any more useful information from this answer. She slightly frowned and suddenly remembered a question. "Oh, right, Eve, I still don't know what your master's name is. Sorry, I forgot to ask him directly." In fact, she didn't forget, but she deliberately left this question for Eve. Eve thought for a while and said, "Since my master didn't tell you, as a servant, I naturally don't have the right to overstep my boundaries. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request. So what else do you need, Miss Lamias?" He felt that after not seeing her for a day, Eve suddenly changed from a cold maid to a cold old nanny who taught young girls how to be maids. Lamias helplessly shook her head. "I want to rest." "Go ahead." Seeing that Eve had left, the huge manor returned to silence again. However, Lamias knew that in this manor, other than Eve, the manor owner, and the head maid who just appeared today, there were probably other people or things. That mysterious attic. "Since the manor lord has already agreed to protect me for a week, then my safety factor should have increased by quite a bit." Lamias calmed down and began to think about how she should use this 1 week of safety. The key was how to bridge the gap between the power of ordinary people and inhuman. "Since you are so interested in new things," Lamias's eyes lit up, "maybe I can reveal some information about that civilization." She quickly sat in front of the table in the room, opened the drawer, took out a pen and paper, and lowered her head to write something. If there was no danger near Lamias for a week, then this kind of protection request was pure profit, although it was only a request that the other party unconditionally obey. "Master, what are you going to ask Miss Lamias for?" Miss Maid, who was driving the beetle, turned back and asked. "I don't know for now." Boss Luo shook his head. "I just feel that she won't suffer losses. Of course, we can't be sure about the future." As long as she hadn't seen the future. They didn't discuss whether Lamias would repudiate or even sneak away after the protection period ended. So far, there hadn't been a customer who could successfully repudiate in the endless store account books. Right. Boss Luo suddenly thought of a question and asked directly. When Father Stella left the Holy Church, he seemed to take away the holy relic of the church. "Do you know about this?" Miss Maid shook her head. "I don't pay much attention to the Holy Church." Miss Maid's origin was not in this subworld, but there were still legends about her. The legends of this subworld number 003 were indeed quite chaotic and heterogeneous. "There's a holy relic here." Miss Maid immediately asked and then apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't do enough homework." "The probability of giving birth to petitioners is higher here," Boss Luo said. Miss Maid looked thoughtful. "How about we go to Father Stella's church during the school lunch break?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "I want to see that void original demon." He was talking about Tom Cruise, who was raised by the priest. They were about to be late because of Lamias's visit, but Boss Luo said that they didn't want to be late for teacher Pulley's first class. Miss Maid nodded, and then stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom. The rest was up to fate. The speed at which the Pope gathered the paladins and the priest team was faster than Sir Hamalek expected. It took about half an hour. At noon in the Holy City, all the active paladins in the paladin camp in the Holy City, including a group of outstanding paladin trainees, had already formed a square formation. Beside them were a large number of priest teams. Of course, this was not the full strength of the Holy Church, but at least it was most of what the Holy City could gather at the moment. After all, the Holy City still needed to leave a little defense force to deter the weak. The Pope obviously wouldn't be impulsive like Hamalek, but 2 cardinals were sent to follow him. At this moment, Hamalek was standing on the high platform, like a general in ancient times who was gathering troops, standing with his hands behind his back. The Pope sensitively felt that Hamalek at this moment had an aura that made him uncomfortable. It was like a murderous aura, but Hamalek was obviously an angel who had descended. Sir Hamalek, according to your request, we can only gather this many people at present. The Pope came behind Hamalek and said neither humbly nor overbearingly, in addition, I need to leave a minimum standard of strength to defend the Holy City. They will feel honored to be mobilized this time. Hamalek said calmly. Hammurath calmly said, this is to protect the holy might of the Lord. Don't worry for the warriors who perform well enough. When the time comes, I will be their guide. The Pope, on the other hand, was not very happy. He could vaguely hear that this operation was rather dangerous. But looking at the 2 red-robed bishops not far away, they were in high spirits, as if they had already received great glory even before they had officially moved out. He could not help but sigh to himself. So many people are mobilized, it's quite troublesome. The Pope sighed. I have already spoken to the Queen of Britain. From here, we will first enter the inhuman domain, and then through the coordinates, we will enter the border of Britain. Although the Inhumans in Britain were already under control, the Holy Church had always been unwilling to listen to the Magician Association's decision. It was just that one of their bases was in the inhuman domain and the other was in the modern world, so there was less space and opportunity for conflict between the 2 sides. Then let's go. Hamalek nodded. I also want to see the origin of this so-called inhuman domain. I heard that many dark creatures have hidden there. It seems to be a place to hide evil. I know you are very confident. The Pope sighed inwardly. Most of the angels recorded in the documents of the Holy Church were quite confident. He hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble. The first Tower Master of the Magician Association, Huiyao, was far from being as simple as he looked from the outside. Let's go. Just as he was deep in thought, someone shouted from below, and the coordinates to the inhuman domain slowly activated. Chapter 1614. The appearance of the 5 descenders in the Holy City wasn't something that no one knew about. On the contrary, there were quite a number of people who knew about it. For example, the red coat of the Corps, the camp commander of the Holy Knight Battalion, the captain of the priest squad, and the current Holy Knights. The news that the Angel of Descent had cleared out most of the black religious congregations' strongholds in Euroland in a single night would probably spread throughout the non-human circles in Euroland before long. As for how the various inhuman groups in Europe would view the appearance of the angels in the Holy Church, it was still unknown. Anyway, compared to the Inhumans and the dark creatures, the Holy Church belonged to the type that had people above them. After all, there had been several instances of angels descending in history. This was also why the dark creatures were willing to pay a high price to move into the inhuman domain. Facing the unfathomable power of the Saint Church, only the Magician Association could rely on the uniqueness of the inhuman domain to contend against them. Inhuman domain, the headquarters of the Magician Association, the first tower. The true body of the Tower of Radiance was still in seclusion, but the projection he left behind was constantly dealing with the chores in the inhuman domain and teaching the vampire girl, why Lisabeth. This seems to be the frequency of the Holy Church's coordinates being activated. In the first tower, the moment the Holy Church in the present world activated the coordinates, the Tower of Radiance, who had the authority to operate the entire inhuman domain, knew about it immediately. Besides that, there was also the internal information of the association regarding the present world in the past 2 days. The Black Order's strongholds in Europe were wiped out overnight. The Holy Church suspected that an angel had descended. The authenticity of this was yet to be verified. When Hamarin and the other two-winged angels stepped into the inhuman domain, the Tower of Radiance knew that this information did not need any verification. Even though it was only the projection of the Tower of Radiance, it had the same thought process as the Tower of Radiance. Most of the time, it was more rational. At the same time, another set of coordinates was activated, the coordinates to Britain. The projection of the Tower of Radiance fell into deep thought. At the same time, a large amount of information began to enter its consciousness. It quickly calculated. It seems that they intend to use the inhuman domain as a springboard to enter the land of Britain directly. There are so many paladins, priests, and even angels. Could it be that they intend to declare war on Britain? The possibility of war was very small. But even if the possibility was small, once war broke out, with the current state of Britain, they would not be able to resist at all, unless Farrell had a conscience and went back to rescue them. Speaking of Farrell, the Radiance Tower Master had a headache over this matter. As the main port of the entire inhuman domain intelligence system, as long as it wanted to know, it could immediately detect Farrell's current movements. Farrell had entered the inhuman domain. When the Radiance Tower Master was dealing with the matter of the Golden Dragon Fafnir going berserk in the territory of the 13 vampire clans. After that, many things happened one after another. Currently, the Magician Association was actively preparing for the Michael Association. Since Farrell did not cause any trouble in the inhuman domain and only wandered around, looking for traces of his allies from the war 100 years ago, the Radiance Tower Master simply let it be. After all, Farrell had crossed the prison of Britain, not the Magician Association. With this thought, the projection of the Radiance Tower Master suddenly revealed a strange expression. It had not paid attention to Farrell's movements for a few days. At this moment, as soon as this thought appeared, it had already locked onto Farrell's current position in the inhuman domain. And this position was the exclusive location for the Holy Church to enter the inhuman domain. "Teacher, can I come in?" At this moment, Elizabeth's timid voice came from outside. It was time to teach Elizabeth every day. Elizabeth. The projection that had tens of thousands of thoughts per second thought for a moment and suddenly said, "You have been learning for a while. You must know that cultivation requires a combination of movement and stillness. Today, I will take you out for a walk." The vampire girl stood outside the door and expressed that she was under a lot of pressure. In fact, she was very otaku. When it was not necessary, she was not willing to leave the room. Now, she was not willing to leave the library of the Tower Master. She still had not finished reading the 103,000 books. Where are we going?" "You will know when we get there." The projection said indifferently, "Now, come to my side." A spell formation slowly opened under the projection's feet. This was a spell formation that allowed one to freely jump through space in the inhuman domain. Inhuman domain, beside the stream in the valley, a few people were making a fire and roasting game. The unknown animal was hunted by Black Dragon Ojuin. Its body was the size of a small car. The soul, which Miss Julien looked at the huge mountain of meat in front of her with despair. God knows how long this thing would take to be cooked. So Miss Julien silently picked up a wild apple and started to eat. "Miss Julien, this is for you." It was a dry food from the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, Leia. It was a very famous elven food in the inhuman domain. Of course, whether elves still existed in the inhuman domain had always been a mystery. At the same time, it was also something that the explorers in the inhuman domain were very keen to find. As for this elven food, it was actually something that some chefs recreated according to ancient records. Leia bought it on the way. This slightly overweight granddaughter of the Sword Saint seemed to have a preference for snacks. "No, I don't want to get fat." Miss G Lien naturally wanted to say this out loud. If Mr. Black Dragon, who was roasting game at the side, did not cast a malicious look at the flower, Miss G. Lien politely took it. Should I send some to Mr. Farrell? Leia asked carefully. G. Lien subconsciously glanced at Farrell. He was sitting alone by the stream, looking at the flowing stream in a daze. Miss G. Lien shook her head. She was not in the mood to care if this old guy was hungry. If you want to send it over yourself. Leia immediately stammered, unable to say a word. Miss G. Lien sighed in her heart. Ever since Farrell mercilessly slapped Leia, the way Leia looked at Farrell had changed. It was the way a small animal looked at a lion. Leave it. If this old guy is hungry, he will eat it himself. Miss G. Lien smiled and said, He doesn't know how to write the word polite. Leia silently put the food aside. Then she mustered her courage and asked, That Miss G. Lien, is Mr. Farrell unhappy? Isn't it obvious? Miss G. Lien said grumpily, This old guy has been trying to reassemble the heroes of the war 100 years ago. But along the way, other than you, the descendant of the sword sage, he didn't even find anyone. To be honest, I think this old guy is a jinx. You see, we finally made a trip to the headquarters of the Magician Association. In the end, the association was invaded and almost turned into ruins. We didn't even see the shadow of the Radiance Tower's owner. Then, he went to the territory of the 13 clans. This is even worse. The Grand Dukes of the 13 clans are all dead. My God! Don't you know that this matter is being discussed every day in the inhuman domain? Leia's face was full of misery. She just wanted to go home. Miss G. Lien shook her head and said, We have been to 6 or 7 places. Those former heroes are either missing or dead. I think this old guy is wasting his efforts. Besides, even if these heroes still have strength, they probably won't be willing to do anything. Look at them, they are all established and in their later years. Which one of them doesn't want to enjoy the last days of their life? How many reasons would they have to sacrifice their lives? Of course, it was not a bad thing for Miss G. Lien that Farrell couldn't find the people he wanted. She thought that when Farrell gave up, he would probably fulfill his promise and help her find the Acacia record. At this moment, Farrell, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the water, suddenly stood up. Miss G. Lien was so scared that she hurriedly said, I'm just stating facts. Maybe you're right. Farrell was surprisingly not angry. Maybe they have really lost their vigor. Heroes past their prime. They are no longer the heroes of the past. Miss G. Lien's eyes widened. Damn it. When did this old guy become so reasonable? So? Farrell said calmly, I don't intend to worry about these guys who have lost their courage. Our era will eventually pass. The future should be handed over to the new generation. Oh. An ominous feeling began to spread in Miss G. Lien's heart. As expected, Farrell's next words caused the eyes of this, which with the power of the mind, to turn black. There is still hope for the new generation. They are more moldable and can become stronger. Farrell said sternly, I will look for the younger ones with enough aptitude and mold them into the heroes of the new era. Our enemies are full of temptation, so your spiritual power is necessary. Ji Lien, I will train your ability. From today onwards, I allow you to use your spiritual power to explore my heart. As long as you can walk into the deepest part of my heart, you will succeed. Miss Ji Lien even had the urge to slap herself. She shouldn't have said that the heroes of 100 years ago had become cowards. She had really dug a big hole for herself. It's over. This old guy is going too far. At this moment, Farrell suddenly frowned. His gaze was cast towards a monastery not far away. It was a monastery that was mostly covered by trees in the woodland by the stream. Miss Ji Lien didn't know what had happened, but she vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, Black Dragon, who was roasting meat, suddenly soared into the sky and stared in the direction of the monastery. After a moment, Auduin lowered his head and said, "Old madman, I smell something bad. It seems that it's not just the paladins of the Holy Church. Let's go and take a look." Farrell said, "Since we're looking for the new generation with potential, the Holy Church should also be included in the scope of investigation. They didn't contribute much in the past, so let's just treat it as making up for it this time." Looking at Farrell's back that was already walking towards the monastery, Miss Julienne's heart was filled with countless knots. Was this old guy planning to provoke the Holy Church? Miss Julienne's scalp tingled. She had already provoked the entire Knight organization in Britain. If she offended the Holy Church this time, there would be no place for her in the modern world, or even in the entire Eurasian continent. "Wait, old guy, you mustn't." Before Miss Julienne could finish her words, Mr. Black Dragon covered her mouth. At this time, Mr. Black Dragon said with a smile, "I've been annoyed by these paladins for a long time. Many of my ancestors died at the hands of the Holy Church. This time, it's great that old madman is taking the lead to cause trouble for them. Don't make trouble for me, or I'll stuff your mouth with octopus legs." Miss Julienne almost vomited. Just thinking about it made her feel strange. Gradually, the knights and priests of the Holy Church walked out of the coordinates. Soon, the small monastery felt like it was overcrowded. Hammerline frowned subconsciously and called a red coat next to him. "How's the Holy Church's influence in the inhuman territory?" "It's barely passable." The red coat's heart skipped a beat and he forced a smile. "Humph! Useless." Hammerline snorted coldly. At this moment, another descended angel came to him and whispered, "Lord Hammerline, this inhuman territory seems a bit strange. The stability of this space is beyond the normal small world fragment. It seems like, since the arrival of Hamalel's batch of descending angels, the previous batch of descending angels had been hundreds of years ago. Therefore, there was a certain delay in the information regarding the birth of the non-human domain in this subworld." The red coat who was called over quickly said, "Lord Hammerline, according to the news from the headquarters of the Magician Association, this inhuman territory seems to be built by their first tower master, Hui Yao, using the former holy kingdom of the Greek gods as the foundation." "What?" Unexpectedly, Hammerline exclaimed in shock. "This place is the former holy kingdom of the Greek gods!" This Hammerinsky angel even grabbed the collar of Hunhongi and pulled him in front of him. "Are you sure?" It's true," the red coat said in shock. Hammerline slowly let go of the red coat and murmured to himself, "This is impossible. The holy kingdom of the Greek gods has been lost for a long time. How could it appear here? Could it be?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Who is it? Come out." This voice came from a holy knight who had entered the inhuman territory long ago and volunteered to patrol outside the monastery. Chapter 1615. The one who issued the warning was a male holy knight. He was promoted from a trainee to a holy knight. This male holy knight could be considered a veteran of the Holy Church's holy knights. In his 10 years of life as a holy knight, he had annihilated countless dark creatures. The holy light was quite strong. He used a pair of cross swords made of strange metal. As for the armor, it was the standard armor of glory of the holy knights. Armor of glory was a product of the Holy Church's workshop of God. It was similar to enchantment. Usually, a set of armor of glory would need to be engraved with more than 10 different effects of the Holy Church's divine spells. It could be said that it was a combination of attack and defense. First, the male holy knight pulled out a cross sword from his waist. At this moment, he stared at the direction where the noise came from. Then he pulled out another cross sword as well and got into a defensive posture. At this moment, "You're quite alert." The male holy knight couldn't help but shudder at the sudden voice. He still didn't know who the other party was, but just this voice alone was enough to make him feel a chill down his spine. He looked towards the direction of the voice. In the forest, a man wearing a wrinkled, white, casual suit slowly walked out. He was empty-handed, and his steps were casual. He looked like an ordinary person. But how could he meet an ordinary person in the inhuman domain? The male holy knight frowned and wanted to stop the other party from approaching. The nearby area was actually controlled by the Holy Church. Although the Holy Church's influence in the inhuman domain wasn't big, it was only in the inhuman domain. With the influence of the Holy Church in the modern world, even the inhumans in the inhuman domain wouldn't dare to easily invade. This area wasn't patrolled all year round, so not many people dared to casually enter. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Holy Church's territory? You can't just casually enter. The male holy knight was more polite. He didn't directly use force to chase the other party away. But the man in the white suit looked at the male holy knight for a moment and suddenly asked, "How old are you this year?" He didn't expect that a person would ask him such a question. He couldn't help but feel a little angry. But at this moment his eyes met the other party's eyes. For some reason his heart tightened. He subconsciously said, 39 years old was not a very high number in the Paladin battalion. On the contrary, a holy knight would be at his most powerful from the age of 30 to 50. This male holy knight could be said to be at his peak at this age. Unexpectedly, the man in the white suit shook his head in disappointment. 39 years old, only to reach this stage. His potential has been exhausted. Even if there is more progress in the future, it won't be much. What a pity. If you were 20 years younger, you would be a great talent. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Looks like your excellency's arrival isn't as simple as visiting the monastery, right? The male holy knight still had some manners. Even though he was furious, he suppressed his anger and looked at the other party coldly. The monastery is not open to the public today. Please do as you wish. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. I hope you won't make a mistake. The man in the white suit looked at him again in surprise. Then he shook his head. Your temperament is not bad, but you're still too old. You don't have much potential. Time waits for you. Who would be able to withstand this? The male holy knight was instantly enraged. Holy knights like them were not clerks who read scriptures every day. They were trained through life and death situations. In fact, they never lacked courage. Where did this brute come from? How dare you cause trouble in the church's territory? Leave quickly. The male holy knight attacked in anger. However, he did not really want to kill. He only wanted to force this guy, who did not know what was good for him, to retreat. This attack, with 50% of his strength, moved like the wind. He swung his crossed sword and stabbed it directly at the man in the white suit's shoulder. However, the other party did not move. He just casually stretched out his hand. His index finger and thumb strangely pinched the tip of the crossed sword. It was as if it was clamped by an iron clamp. The male holy knight could not pull it out. He was shocked. The man in the white suit casually swung his hand. The male holy knight, who used too much strength to grab the crossed sword, was forcefully thrown out. He crashed into a tree trunk and broke it. The armor of glory protected his body well. However, the impact caused his internal organs to churn. It was extremely uncomfortable. Your body is not tough enough. The man in the white suit casually glanced at him and said indifferently, "If you want to continue improving, complete 1,000,005th level weight squats in a month. There is a small chance that you can increase your potential." The male holy knight wanted to vomit blood when he heard this. Weight squats in the Holy Knight camp was indeed a common training method used by the Holy Knight camp. It was also very effective. However, it was usually only used between level 1 and level 3. Level 5 squats were 20 times the weight of the body. 1,000,000 squats in a month? 1 squat per second. It would take at least 10 hours a day to reach the requirement in a month. Even if a Holy Knight's body was made of iron, it would probably turn into scrap iron after a week. Are you kidding me? Even though he was known as one of the good people in the Holy Knight camp, he could not help but curse. If not for the fact that he could not win, In fact, he was already stunned by the other party's terrifying strength. "You don't understand." The man in the white suit shook his head and said, "If your talent is not enough, you have to work harder than normal people. The difference between you and a genius is 100. Then you have to work harder than a genius by 100 to make up for it. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." As he said this, the man in the white suit strode towards the monastery in front of him. The male holy knight gritted his teeth and got up. His duty was to patrol and guard so that the people from the holy church could pass through the coordinates smoothly. How could he let an unknown person barge in at this time? But in the next second, when he subconsciously saw his cross sword, he was instantly stunned. The body of the cross sword was now full of cracks. The moment he got up to lift it, the body of the sword actually broke into pieces. The male holy knight immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He remembered that this mysterious man in the white suit had only used his fingers to pinch the body of the sword, and the sword was already broken into pieces. But before he could feel discouraged, a new hope had already been ignited, because he had already seen a figure fly out from the sky. That was one of the 5 angels who had descended to the holy church this time, Lord Angel Dennis. The male holy knight was instantly overjoyed, but the 2-winged angel Dennis, who had appeared in the sky, seemed to have not heard the cry of this male holy knight. He only lowered his head and looked at the man in the white suit who was walking calmly below. At this time, the man raised his head and met the eyes of this 2-winged angel Dennis. He seemed to be thinking, and then frowned and said, "Angel?" What a surprisingly strong life force. Angel Dennis also frowned and said, "Your sins are as deep as the ocean. Human, I can hear countless cries from your body. Ahead of you is a holy place. You need to stop. If you want to enter, let me purify the sins on your body. The sins on my body." The man in the white suit lowered his head, then raised his head and said indifferently, "You can't wash them off, and I don't want you to wash them off either. So be it, but I can't go in. Let the people inside come in. Let me see how many of them are useful. I want to take them away." Humph. This angel Dennis obviously did not have a good temper like the male holy knight. Or rather, he was quite repulsed by the sins on this man's body. He waved his hand, and a powerful holy light spear shot out. However, the man in the white suit reached out and grabbed this spear of light. Then he clenched his hand and broke the spear of light. The power of holy light is nothing more than this. If this is all an angel can do, then it is really disappointing. There was a faint anger in Angel Dennis' eyes. Perhaps it was because he was affected by the personality of the host that had descended, or perhaps it was because he was shocked by the power that this person had displayed. However, the man in the white suit was not finished speaking. "However, I don't know how you angels should cultivate. So, if you want to become stronger, you can rely on yourself," he said with certainty. "But as long as you work hard enough, you will definitely become stronger." Arrogant human. Angel Dennis' voice was extremely suppressed. At this time, his 2 wings of light spread open. He reached out and summoned a holy light cross sword, then swooped down and slashed down. However, this angel swung his sword so quickly that the man in the white suit easily dodged it. The angel's sword was unable to hit the man's body. It did not even touch a corner of his clothes. At this time, the male holy knight who was watching the battle from the side was shocked. "Swordsmanship?" The man in the white suit nodded and said bluntly, "If this is all you have, I can give you some guidance. This stab is quite good. If you do 100,000 stabs a day, you should be able to improve in half a year." Damn it. The male holy knight immediately wanted to curse. Did this guy with facial paralysis say that training was at least 10,000 times? Even the male holy knight had the urge to vomit blood, let alone Angel Dennis, who was bearing the brunt of the attack. Humiliation. He felt the naked humiliation from the other party. Majestic holy power burst out of his body, or perhaps it was in a fiery state. Angel Dennis' speed instantly increased by at least 50%, but he was still unable to touch the other party with his sword. This made Angel Dennis even more shocked and angry. The holy flames on his body burned brighter and brighter. It was more like a burning demon fire. "What's going on? Shouldn't you angels have pure hearts?" The man in the white suit frowned and said, "What did you eat? Why can't you withstand such a small setback? Don't you know that after being humiliated you have to be brave? Look at your current movements. You have too much strength, but not enough agility. This stab was quite good just now, but now it's completely out of shape. Although your holy power is strong, it is wavering. You're simply strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. This angel of yours is just passable. I was kind enough to give you some guidance, but you don't know it all. You are wasting my time. I will kill you." Angel Dennis squeezed the words out of his throat. Cold. It was filled with hatred and even a trace of madness. The bright white wings were instantly dyed black. The angel's eyes also turned pitch black, and his holy power instantly distorted and mutated. At this time, evil was emitted from the surface of Angel Dennis' body like messy strands of hair. Evil willpower. The male holy knight had spent almost half of his life dealing with dark creatures. He was all too familiar with this evil willpower. Because he was familiar with it, his heart was filled with fear at this moment. God, what did he just see? An angel of the Holy Church was actually forced to fall by this mysterious man with just a few words. An enormous killing intent was emitted from Angel Dennis' body. The man in the white suit, who originally had an indifferent expression, seemed to be stimulated by this killing intent, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. A killing intent that was far more terrifying than that of Angel Dennis instantly soared into the sky. A figure flashed out, and the man in the white suit moved. At the same time, a figure of light shot over from afar. Before it arrived, a voice was heard. "Have mercy!" It was the voice of Lord Angel Hamaliel. The male holy knight immediately recognized it. However, although this Angel Hamaliel had already made his move, he was one step too slow. The moment Hamaliel arrived, Angel Dennis' body was already motionless. In the next second, Angel Dennis suddenly raised his head. However, this small movement caused his body to split open. The split body fell directly to the ground. A descending angel died just like that. Silence, an eerie silence. On the grass in the forest, the man in the white suit slowly sighed. Looking at Angel Hamaliel, who was glaring angrily at him, he said expressionlessly, "Before you spoke, he was already dead." So it was too late. "You! How dare you?" Angel Hamaliel's expression was cold as iron. The wings on his back slowly spread out. It was 4 wings. As the leader of the angel squad that descended to Subworld 00, 3 this time, he had to be at least a middle 3 4-winged angel to be qualified. Although there was a limit to power in the subworlds, even if it was limited to the limit, the difference between the middle 3 angels and the lower 3 angels was still huge. This wasn't a difference in quantity, but a qualitative difference. The fluctuation of holy power was almost the same in scale as the holy power that the furious Angel Dennis used, but the feeling it gave off was completely different. Just the pressure alone made the male holy knight feel that Angel Hamaliel's anger was several times heavier. However, the man in the white suit said, "There's no such thing as daring or not. Anyway, I've already killed him. No matter how angry you are, it's useless. Besides, a good angel couldn't even withstand a little setback and even fell so easily. I'm afraid he's the black sheep of the angels. Isn't it good to get rid of him? As for you, you're very good. Your power is condensed and not superficial. Since you're a descending angel, do your part for this world and stay with me to fight against those demons." As he spoke, the man in the white suit reached out and grabbed Angel Hamaliel, who was in a rage and whose power was increasing continuously. was instantly grabbed by the air like a chicken and fell heavily to the ground. Don't waste your energy. Also, don't get angry so easily. The man in the white suit said seriously, You angels get angry easily and then fall. It seems that you don't cultivate your heart enough. From today onwards, you will undergo meditation training. Every day meditate. 20 hours. Work hard. You can do it. Angel Gamaliel wasn't angry. Instead, he was afraid. The male holy knight wasn't afraid, but relieved. He almost thought that this guy was going to say that he meditated for tens of thousands of hours a day again. Chapter 16:16. In human domain, in the territory of the Holy Church, in front of the monastery, Hamarinsky was shocked and even felt that it was unreal. In fact, as one of the generals in the Heavenly Kingdom's exploration army, it had thought of encountering a strong enemy in the subworld, or even an enemy that it might not be able to defeat. In fact, it had already encountered such a situation before. But who were they? Those were all powerful beings who explored the primordial origin in the void. They were all powerful creatures that had already surpassed the limits of a world, and the time they had spent walking in the dimensional crevices was immeasurable. There was no doubt that these powerful creatures were powerful, and some of them had even reached the level of God to a certain extent. But this was a human. This was indeed a human. How could Kingdom of Heaven not have the means to investigate humans? At this moment, the life fluctuations of the man in the white suit showed that he was a human, one of the countless humans in the subworlds. But what just happened? Hamalith, the four-winged angel with the most powerful combat power in the middle three, was actually directly captured by a human without being able to fight back. No, this was probably a powerful creature disguised as a human from the dimensional crevices. In an instant, Hamalith had already sorted out its thoughts, and its shock turned into worry. It didn't expect that it would encounter such a powerful creature hidden in the subworlds so quickly after descending for a few days. As for what the man in the white suit said later about meditation training, Hamalith didn't listen at all. At this moment, this shocked and terrified angel was quickly thinking about how to escape from the hands of a powerful creature from the dimensional crevices. Kingdom of Heaven, in theory, didn't belong to the dimensional crevices, but it was connected to the crevices, just like the countless subworlds. If the subworlds or special spaces like Kingdom of Heaven were compared to islands, then the dimensional crevices were the seawater that filled the space between these islands. The dimensional crevices were like a chaotic ocean that filled the outer world of every special space. Therefore, in the long river of time, Kingdom of Heaven, as an island in this outer world, had welcomed many powerful creatures that were exploring the crevices. In most cases, Kingdom of Heaven could maintain a friendly relationship with these powerful creatures, except for those dark creatures that were naturally incompatible with each other due to the problem of compatibility. Kingdom of Heaven was in the vast and boundless ocean of the dimensional crevices, so in theory it was neutral ground. This powerful creature that hid in the subworld and disguised as a human didn't seem to have the intention of killing Angel Dennis at first. Killing him was only because Angel Dennis had fallen. In that case, as a part of Kingdom of Heaven, it was not impossible for it to have a conversation with the other party. At this time, Hamalith looked at the powerful creature that was disguised as a human in front of him. He stood up and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I'm Hamalith, the commander of the vanguard of Kingdom of Heaven's exploration army, one of the 72 middle angels under Archangel Michael. May I know where you are from?" Hearing this, the man in the white suit frowned and then fell into deep thought. Seeing that the other party was silent, Hamalith knew that the name of Kingdom of Heaven had probably made the other party wary, so he wasn't in a hurry. He waited for the other party to think carefully before making a decision. "Farrell!" the man in the white suit suddenly said. "My name." "Farrell?" Hamarinsky frowned subconsciously. It seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Doubt flashed through its mind, and then it remembered where it had heard this name before. It was not too long ago, or rather it was the same day. Before it entered the inhuman domain, it had already heard of the name Pharaoh from the Holy Church, the fiercest and most powerful mad knight in history, who suppressed all the holy knights of the Holy Church for an era by himself. Before Pharaoh slaughtered his comrades crazily, even the holy knights of the Holy Church had to avoid the 12 knights of the Round Table. This man was Pharaoh. Wasn't he a powerful creature in disguise? But at this time, Pharaoh obviously didn't have as many thoughts as Hamileth. His eyes suddenly lit up as he sized up this angel and asked coldly, "You just said that you are one of the 72 middle angels under Archangel Michael? Among the 72 middle angels, what rank are you?" Hamileth opened his mouth. He wasn't sure about the origin of this person, so he was even more surprised by the other party's question. At the same time, he was worried about the other party's strength, so he frowned and said carefully, "The 72 angels, in theory, there is a small difference in strength. But if we really want to compare who is stronger, I should be able to rank higher. The top 10 is also a rank higher. The top 20 is also a rank higher. The top 30 is also a rank higher." Pharaoh said straightforwardly, "How high is the rank?" Hamarinsky's anger, which had just been suppressed, started to soar again. However, in the face of the other party's unreasonable strength, he had no choice but to strategically avoid it. He said insincerely, "Among the 72 angels, there are at least 60 of them who are stronger than me, not to mention the 3 seraphs in the top 10. As for those like Archangel Michael, as long as they make a move, they can suppress the will of the subworlds. Think about it yourself. Suppressing could be done, but it couldn't be done easily. Otherwise, the exploration army of heaven would have already swept through the subworlds one by one. Most of the worlds that could be suppressed were those that had not developed a high level of civilization and were still in the ignorant stage. But Hamileth naturally wouldn't show weakness in front of powerful beings outside of heaven. Is it really that powerful?" Pharaoh's eyes were shining at this time, and there was a fanatical look on his face that looked like he wanted to swallow Hamileth directly. For some reason, Hamileth suddenly felt that something was wrong, but there was no doubt about the power of heaven, so he just snorted coldly. Unexpectedly, Pharaoh was overjoyed at this time. "Very good. Since there are such powerful angels, then let's invite all of them to descend. Since you can descend here, it means that you definitely have a way to descend more." "What?" Hamileth's eyes widened in shock. "I can't go out," Pharaoh said at this time. "I don't plan to go out either, so you can only call them in. There are demons here and you are angels. You can deal with them with me." "Demons?" Hamileth was instantly shocked and subconsciously said, "There are already demons from the demon realm and hell lurking here." "What demon realm and hell?" Pharaoh frowned and said, "I'm talking about them. Them." "Who are they?" Hamileth frowned subconsciously. "Them. That's them." Pharaoh looked quite confused at this time, and even his eyes were filled with madness. His face looked pale in an instant. "They understand the human heart, and they come with endless temptation. Anyone with desires in their heart would not be able to resist them. They are everywhere and they are immortal. So, who are these them that you're talking about?" Hamileth gritted his teeth, and with the danger of angering Pharaoh, he had to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart at this time. "Damn it, all you talk about is them." "Who are they?" "Them." Pharaoh became more and more crazy, and directly reached out to grab the collar of the middle 3 angels. His eyes were bloodshot. "Them. Do you know? Them. I'm talking about them. Do you know? They are terrifying. Do you know?" Hamileth tried to struggle, but to his horror, he found that he couldn't break free from Pharaoh's hands. This human strength was so terrifying. "But who are they?" "No wonder he's called a mad knight. This guy is a complete madman. He looks calm on the surface, but he's just in a confused state. Once provoked, he instantly becomes crazy." This made Hamileth suffer. He suddenly found that his communication with this mad knight was probably not on the same channel. "I got it." At this time, Farrell suddenly let go of his hands. You're scared too. You're scared just like them. I'm so stupid. How can I think that angels like you can resist them? I'm so stupid. An angel who fell so easily was simply delivering food to them. I'm so stupid. Hamileth, who was able to escape, had a gloomy expression on his face. Ridicule, contempt, and humiliation. In a short time he was so angry at Farrell that he almost wanted to leave his body at all costs. He wanted to use his real power to purify this mad knight at the risk of being suppressed and expelled by the world will of this square world. At this moment, not far away, a group of figures quickly approached. They were the Paladin Battalion of the Holy Church and the clergymen under the leadership of the last angel. This is Farrell. Unlike the Paladin Battalion of the Holy Church, a red coat of the Holy Church recognized Farrell's identity almost immediately as an ancient supernatural organization in the modern world and a giant in Europe. How could the Holy Church not have records about the Mad Knight Farrell? Although Farrell's era was 100 years ago, he had been imprisoned in Britain. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. However, a while ago, there was news that Farrell had escaped from prison. Naturally, the Holy Church dug up these records from 100 years ago. Since this red coat of the Holy Church called out Farrell's name, the Holy Church fell into a commotion, especially among the Paladin Battalion of the Paladin Battalion. Almost none of the Paladins were from the same era as the Mad Knight Farrell. For these new Paladins, the title of the most vicious and evil Mad Knight in history was exaggerated. Compared to 100 years ago, the Holy Church had made great progress. While modern science was flourishing, the Holy Church had greatly improved the training of paladins and clergymen. They believed that compared to their predecessors 100 years ago, they had more advanced techniques, more scientific training methods, and more powerful strength. This is the so-called Mad Knight. I want to see if he is as powerful as the legends say. A young paladin snorted. They came in a hurry under the leadership of the Paladin Battalion. They didn't see the scene of Farrell killing Angel Dennis. They didn't know which more powerful angel Hamileth had already suffered. Hamilinsky frowned. Just as he was about to shout at this arrogant fellow to back off, he felt a figure flash past him. Farrell! Angel Hamileth was shocked and felt cold all over. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time, but this was the second time in such a short period of time. In an instant, Farrell was standing in front of the door of the young paladin who provoked him. Farrell didn't move. He just stared at the young paladin. The young holy knight's gaze froze for a moment. Then, in less than a breath's time, the young holy knight let out a scream of terror as if he had gone mad and collapsed to the ground. Collapse! The young paladin's mind had completely collapsed. He collapsed on the ground like a disabled person, holding his head and shivering, not strong enough. Fail! Farrell shook his head. Then he glanced at everyone around him and said coldly, "Next!" Just a glance was enough to make the young paladin collapse on the ground. It seemed that if this young paladin couldn't walk out of this shadow, his life would come to an end. Such a terrifying gaze made the paladins and priests of the Holy Church feel great fear. Next, time passed second by second. Farrell just stood there, but everyone, even Hamarinsky and the last two-winged descending angel, felt their scalps go numb. They could even hear their own powerful and rapid heartbeats. But even if the paladins and priests didn't move, it didn't mean that Farrell didn't move. He walked past the paladins one by one. Too weak. No. Not bad. Not enough potential. Fail. Get lost. Have you killed anyone before? Don't be a coward. You call yourself a paladin? A paladin in the past could kill you with one finger. Go back and make a new one. You get lost too. He walked past them one by one. Every time he said a sentence, a paladin collapsed on the ground. In just a few minutes, all the paladins gathered by the Holy Church had collapsed on the ground. Among so many paladins, only one veteran paladin was barely standing, But his evaluation was only potential exhausted. It's over, it's over! The core redcoat looked at the group of paladins who had collapsed on the ground. They were almost 2/3 of the paladin battalion that the Holy Church had spent countless resources to cultivate. But these proud members of the Holy Church had lost their willpower. They were useless. The core redcoat, who had finally come out for a mission and planned to earn some merits so that he could compete with the Holy Church after the Pope abdicated, almost fainted. When Farrell finished looking at all the paladins and then turned his eyes to the clergyman in the priest team, the core redcoat couldn't bear the heavy pressure and fainted. Thud! He fell to the ground. The sound was soft, but it made Farrell turn around. He glanced at it casually and then snorted coldly. Trash! Core redcoat? Is the Holy Church getting worse and worse? Wah dash! In the priest team, a young girl couldn't bear the horror in front of her. She fell to the ground and cried. Farrell didn't even look at her. He walked past the girl and went to a clergyman. The clergyman fainted instantly. At this moment, the murderous look in the eyes of the mad knight became more and more intense, and the horrible murderous intent filled the air. But at this moment, something seemed to press down directly from the sky, like a low pressure, and the horrible murderous intent was suppressed by 30%. A light flashed by, and a man and a woman appeared in the air. The man was wearing a white robe and holding a long magic wand, while the woman hid behind the man, timidly. Farrell, long time no see. But can you really find talents by scaring them one by one? After this, I'm afraid the Holy Church will fight you to the death. Farrell frowned and looked up. He wasn't angry, but happy. Master Hui Yao. Chapter 16-17. A ball of light brought the projection of the Master of the Radiance Tower and the vampire girl Elizabeth to the ground slowly. Now, other than the knights who had lost their minds and lost their will, there were not many people left in the Holy Church. Lord Angel was silent at this moment. She even watched the holy knights being bullied without doing anything. This made the clergy in the team unable to let go of this feeling. However, at this moment, the first master of the Magician Association suddenly appeared. Was he an enemy or a friend? Since the Holy Church and the Magician Association had always been in a state of non-aggression, the Master of the Radiance Tower knew what the remaining people of the Holy Church were feeling at this moment. During the process of landing, he had basically grasped the information on the scene, including Angel Hamilith, who had a gloomy expression at this moment. Put away your crazy killing intent, Farrell, the Master of the Radiance Tower said calmly. This is the inhuman domain, not your battlefield. Don't let me find a reason to expel you. As a man who could control the core of the inhuman domain, it was just a matter of raising his hand to expel someone from the inhuman domain. Of course, with Farrell's strength, it was not impossible for him to barge in again without using the coordinates. Compared to something that would affect the stability of the inhuman domain, the Master of the Radiance Tower preferred to have a good talk with Farrell. The monstrous killing intent subsided bit by bit. The chaos and madness in the eyes of the Mad Knight also gradually returned to calmness. Farrell sighed lightly. There was not much apology on his face, but he still said apologetically, I didn't mean to cause you trouble, Master Hui Yao. I've looked for you before, but unfortunately I missed you. I've known about your arrival for a long time. However, a lot of things have happened in the association recently. The Master of the Radiance Tower did not say more. Farrell nodded. No matter what, you're still willing to see me. Master Hui Yao, I have something to discuss with you. If possible, I even plan to borrow the power of the Magician Association. The Master of the Radiance Tower frowned, as if he was thinking about something. He did not immediately agree. Vampire. However, right at this moment, a confused voice sounded, and it was from Hamaliel. No matter how strong Hamlet was as a descending angel, as an angel, he was still able to sense the scent of the young vampire girl. In the first place, Elizabeth did not deliberately conceal her vampire aura. Perhaps it was because they were natural enemies, but Elizabeth was approaching the Radiant's pagoda master with some fear. At this moment, the young ladies were enduring the gazes of everyone present. She was not used to this kind of attention and had a vague impulse to escape. But when she thought about how if Miss Yi was here, she would definitely not be afraid. Instead, she would magnanimously ignore everyone's gazes. She wanted to become an outstanding woman and was determined to use Miss Yi as her role model. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and resisted the instinctive discomfort. She met everyone's gazes and even the gazes of the angels. "This is my student." The master of the Radiance Tower casually glanced at Gamaliel and calmly said, "I know that the Heavenly Kingdom has always had some opinions about dark creatures, but strictly speaking, we magicians are also considered atheists." Anger flashed across Gamaliel's eyes. Within a day, no, within an hour, he actually met two humans who did not put the Heavenly Kingdom in their eyes. Farrell was a madman who had been stimulated and whose brain was in a mess. That was fine, but this magician in front of him, a magician who was not rare in this kind of dimensional crevice, was indeed arrogant no matter which subworld he was in. However, magicians pursued the essence of everything and searched for the path of truth. They did not see God. If there was a so-called belief, it was only the belief in the essence of everything. In a broad sense, they were equivalent to scientists who followed the rules of science. Magicians were obviously extraordinary scientists. Talking about belief with magicians would infuriate oneself to death. Even so, how could a magician look down on the Heavenly Kingdom? A cold light flashed across Gamaliel's eyes. Just as he was about to retort, a figure flashed in front of him. It was Farrell in a wrinkled suit. "Angel, you are too noisy. You are disturbing me." Gamaliel's mind instantly went blank. Farrell's fist had already bombarded the body of the reincarnation medium. Gamaliel even felt that his divine soul was about to be blasted out of the medium by the opponent. He fainted and fell to the ground. "You have great strength, but you can't even use 30% of it." Farrell shook his head at this moment. "You only know how to use brute force." The moment this four-winged angel was knocked to the ground, a group of clergymen who were very firm in their beliefs collapsed and directly fainted on the ground. The originally powerful team of the Holy Church was now left with a pitiful 6 or 7 people who could barely stand, but their faces were all pale and in a state of trembling. Farrell sized them up, and his eyes flashed with disappointment. Then he slowly walked to the side of the Radiance Tower's master and also sized up Elizabeth, who was beside the master of the Radiance Tower. He frowned. "Master Radiance, is this your student?" "Elizabeth," the master of the Radiance Tower said indifferently. Farrell said with a straight face, "I was born slow-witted, and my methods are not brilliant. I only know a stupid method of selecting talents, so I can't see the potential of your student. But since she is the master student, she naturally has some outstanding aspects." Listening to Farrell's words, even the only rational projection of the master of the Radiance Tower was unable to withstand at this moment. Could it be that this guy had no idea of his own strength at all? "Farrell, why are you looking for me?" "They are back." The master of the Radiance Tower knew what Farrell was referring to. This was the source of Farrell's half-crazy and half-awake state at this moment. "Evidence? I saw it with my own eyes. It's not fake." The master of the Radiance Tower was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "This matter needs to be considered at length. Our world seems to be undergoing rapid changes that are unknown to others. But after all, there is too little information, so it's not appropriate for us to act rashly at the moment." "We don't have time," Farrell said with a straight face. "If we delay by a day, they will swallow even more things. Our concession is giving them space to grow. I've looked for Roland, but he's dead. I've gone to the territories of the 13 clans, but those Grand Dukes are all dead. The clans are in chaos, and I can't find Balegang. Along the way, I haven't even seen a single living war hero. The master of the Radiance Tower did not speak. He knew that Pharaoh had not finished speaking. They are old and have long lost their fighting spirit. It's even possible that their bodily functions have regressed, and their strength has declined. Pharaoh shook his head. Master Radiance, we need a new generation with even more potential. It's good to see you. Master Radiance, with the power of your Magician Association, you can already select a new generation with great talent and great potential in the shortest time possible. They will be our hope against them. The master of the Radiance Tower frowned even more deeply. Pharaoh actually had such an idea. It was really beyond his expectations. Nurture a new generation? That's right. Pharaoh's gaze was fanatical. The younger generation is filled with endless possibilities. However, we have experienced too much. Often, we choose to give in for the sake of making a choice. Our hot-bloodedness has long faded. Success and failure, gains and losses, the distribution of benefits, and the worldly fame and fortune have long corrupted the will of the previous generation. Among us, it's very difficult to find a hero who is willing to give up everything. However, the new generation can, because they still have dreams. Pharaoh, do you know that those old fellows whose will has been eroded by the passage of time, who can calculate success and failure, naturally include me? The master of the Radiance Tower said expressionlessly, You're different. Pharaoh took a deep breath and said, You're different. I can feel that you're different now. Master Radiance, you've already taken the last step and only stopped. However, you can complete this step at any time. Furthermore, what? Pharaoh looked at the still angel Hammurath and said crazily, Furthermore, even if they can break through the void, they might not necessarily be stronger than us. Don't you feel that these angels, they have immense power? No, I'm more willing to call it energy. Looking at the situation of these two angels, they only have immense power. They're just machines with immense power, and the ones operating these machines are merely ordinary people. They simply don't know what the essence of power is. The kingdom of heaven isn't as simple as you think. The master of the Radiance Tower shook his head. Although the angels in front of you are indeed, as you said, they don't know the essence of power, you might not know that the birth of angels is different from the powerful life forms that break through the limits of the world. They're only life forms created in the void. They're inhabitants who are naturally able to adapt to the void. Pharaoh, even if the angels here can't stop you, the angels of the kingdom of heaven can. They can even drown you. This is because you simply don't know how many of these angels that you speak of have immense power but don't know how to use it. Pharaoh looked at the master of the Radiance Tower doubtfully. The master of the Radiance Tower said indifferently, Due to some special reasons, I've learned about the matters outside the void in advance. The world outside is just like the starry sky you see. It's as huge as countless stars and has no boundaries. Actually, you don't have to insist on going against them. What do you mean? Pharaoh suddenly frowned. The master of the Radiance Tower sighed. Its main body was still digesting the terrifying information in the Mystic Tower. However, as time passed, the information digested by the main body was also reflected on the projection. The more it digested, the more insignificant it felt. Nothing. The master of the Radiance Tower said slowly, I just want to remind you, have you ever thought that them might be one of the more powerful members of the void? And in the void that has infinite possibilities, there might be something even more powerful than them. Grand Master Radiance. Pharaoh was subconsciously shocked. Don't tell me you, the master of the Radiance Tower sighed and said, Perhaps it's time for me to take a look at the outside world. Magicians have always been searching for the ultimate path of magic. Now, I've been guarding the magicians here for too long. As for them, if they are always under my protection, they will never be able to grow. Pharaoh said angrily, They might devour everything. Everything. The master of the Radiance Tower was silent for a moment before slowly saying, Have you never thought that they might not devour everything, but only harvest every once in a while. Harvest! There are too many secrets hidden in the void, the master of the Radiance Tower said calmly. Now, I've only seen a drop in the ocean, but I can already feel its infinity. I can vaguely feel that the world hasn't reached its end. On the contrary, it's glowing with new vitality. Mysteries and transcendence are beginning to recover. Farrell, you can also take that step. Don't let the past interfere with your steps. If you really want to go against them, why do you need to put the cart before the horse and nurture a new generation? The new generation's obsession with them is unlike yours. The new generation doesn't even know what they are. But only you have that kind of obsession. Go out and take a look. Perhaps you can find the power to go against them outside. Go out and take a look, go out and take a look. Search for power outside. Farrell's eyes became sharper. Outside. That's all I have to say, the master of the Radiance Tower said calmly. If you've thought it through, you can come and find me. I've already seen the path. Farrell sank into deep thought and remained motionless. The master of the Radiance Tower waved his hand and activated the teleportation function in the inhuman domain. He directly teleported the Mad Knight to a place outside the Holy Church's territory. Then, the master of the Radiance Tower looked at the miserable people from the Holy Church. Angel Hameric's expression didn't change much from the beginning until now. It was constantly fluctuating. As for the other angel, which was also the last descending angel, he was busy gathering the holy knights who had broken down mentally. He was trying to use the gospel of the kingdom of heaven to pacify the souls of these holy knights. The master of the Radiance Tower muttered to himself. Then he tapped his magic wand lightly. A mysterious halo appeared under his feet and spread out in an instant. To pacify the souls of these holy knights, and even restore them to their original state, even the master of the Radiance Tower couldn't do it through normal means, unless he had a strong soul power. But he could use a trick to do it in another way, which was to erase these holy knights' memories of meeting Farrell and erase this incident that caused them to break down. Bringing the vampire girl with him, the master of the Radiance Tower's projection once again activated the teleportation portal back to the headquarters of the Holy Church. The master of the Radiance Tower didn't even say a word and disappeared from the Holy Church's sight with Elizabeth. As soon as he left, a surge of holy power surged out from Angel Hameric's body like the raging waves of the deep sea. This huge and terrifying power instantly caused the surrounding space to surge. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and then cracks began to appear. This expanding power had already caused some cracks to appear in the spatial structure of the inhuman domain. There was a loud sound in the sky, and a terrifying thunderbolt struck down from the Qing-Tian. It directly struck Angel Hameric's body and split apart his terrifying holy power. This angel even felt the aura of death. Only the master of the Radiance Tower's voice echoed. Angels from the void, please remember that this is the inhuman domain. Angel Hameric's eyes were dazed at this moment. He stared blankly at the blue sky above his head and said involuntarily, "Law," in the main hall of the first master of the mystic tower that the vampire girl was familiar with. "Teacher, you said you want to leave. Are you going somewhere far away? Is it the modern world outside?" The girl's voice sounded in the main hall. The master of the Radiance Tower didn't answer this question. He just waved his hand, and a black magic book with golden edges suddenly flew out from the collection of 103,000 books. The master of the Radiance Tower held the magic book in his hand and seemed to be immersed in his memories. After a long time, I accidentally obtained this magic book when I was young. It's the origin of my magic path in this life. Later, I added what I learned in this life. I named it Ouroboros' handwritten book, and now it's yours. Thus, under the vampire girl's perplexed gaze, the grimoire slowly flew into her hands. The master of the Radiance Tower closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. Chapter 1618. Quick, the old man is here. 3 figures quickly approached. They were Spirit, which Gillian, Black Dragon Audioin, and Sword Saint Roland's granddaughter, Leia. Farrell was extremely fast. By the time the Spirit Witches arrived, Farrell had already suppressed the angel Hamaliel to the ground. They had also witnessed how Farrell stared at the members of the Holy Church until they broke down. Naturally, the witch hugged Leia and trembled. As for the Black Dragon, he was much quieter than the two girls. It was only when the Tower of Radiance's master arrived and sent Farrell away that they found a chance to quietly leave the Holy Church's territory. The Black Dragon tracked Farrell's aura and found where he was. This was a place outside the Holy Church. When they found Farrell, he was sitting cross-legged on a large rock with his eyes closed. It was as if he had completely fused with the rock. Why does he look a little abnormal? Leia asked subconsciously. This old man has never been normal, okay? The witch rolled her eyes, but when she thought of how Farrell, whom she had always referred to as an old man, had even slain a descending angel, she could not help but feel her hair stand on end. Shouldn't I be a little nicer to this old man? Just as the witch was vexed over how to wake up the motionless Farrell, the Black Dragon beside her suddenly handed her a tree branch. Use this branch to poke at him. Mr. Black Dragon's eyes conveyed such a message. Then Ms. Witch directly took the branch and sneered. With a crack, the branch was broken by Ms. Witch with her knee. Go if you want to. The Black Dragon blinked. Then, as if he had forgotten about this matter, he turned to look at the bewildered Leia. Suddenly, Audioin grabbed Leia's arm. Then, the Black Dragon revealed his true form and charged into the sky with Leia in his claws. If he did not leave now, when would he? However, before the Black Dragon could soar high into the sky, it was pulled back by an invisible force and slammed into the ground, seeing stars. It was unknown when Farlier had opened his eyes. He was muttering to himself, Master Huiyao's path is not suitable for me. Once I leave this place, I'll be escaping. Even if I use the excuse of going out to find a way to fight back, it won't make up for the fear in my heart. Only here, facing them head-on, can I find myself again. His gaze was sometimes clear and sometimes cloudy. It alternated back and forth before finally returning to normal. Farrell looked at the Black Dragon, whose eyes were filled with anger as he struggled to get up. He said calmly, You can leave if you want, but Roland's descendant must stay. From now on, I will do my best to teach her. When the plump Leia heard that, her vision turned black and she almost fainted on the ground. Just as Mr. Witch was feeling sad for the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, Farrell's gaze turned towards her. Mr. Witch shuddered at the sight of this. Unexpectedly, Farlier said, From now on, I will fulfill my promise to you and help you find that thing. That thing, Akshay's record. What did you say? Mr. Witch could hardly believe what she had just heard. She was ecstatic. Really? That's right. Farrell nodded and said calmly, But at the same time you need to be with Leia and receive my training. When she recalled how Farrell would train for tens of thousands of times, the joy in the witch's heart was instantly extinguished. It was a good thing she didn't faint on the ground. After the ups and downs, she began to doubt her life. When the last unconscious holy knight gradually woke up, Angel Hamaliel, who was in the monastery of the Holy Church, wore a cold expression. Before the Tower of Radiance's master left, he had erased the holy knight's memories of Farrell from his mind. However, the clergyman of the priest team did not, nor did the red coat from the hub who had fainted due to overexertion. Left with no choice, Angel Hamaliel could only grit his teeth and erase the memories of the clergymen who were still conscious. He barely managed to maintain the holy ritual of the descending angels. That's strange. Why don't I see His Highness, Angel Dennis? The hub redcoat looked around the team and did not see Angel Dennis. He could not help but feel puzzled. Dennis has another mission. He won't be with us in this mission. The one who answered the hub redcoat was the last angel to descend besides Hamaliel, Cain. I see. The hub redcoat nodded. Your Highness, Angel Cain, now that all the members of the Holy Church have arrived and gathered, should we immediately activate the coordinates to Britain? Angel Cain subconsciously looked in the direction of Angel Hamilel. Ever since he used the divine spell, this capable general of the Heavenly Kingdom's exploration army had not looked good. Let me ask Lord Hamilel first, Angel Cain said calmly. However, only it knew how much helplessness and fear it had in its heart at this moment. Soon, Angel Cain came to Angel Hamilel's side. He opened a barrier to block the transmission of sound, but he still asked in a low voice, Lord Hamilel, in such a short time, we have lost Dennis and the other two. The situation is serious. Should we? Hamilel suddenly waved his hand and interrupted Angel Cain. Ever since the Transcendent Organization invaded the Heavenly Kingdom, the number of angels in the Heavenly Kingdom has been tight. Otherwise, Lord Michael would not have stopped the exploration plan and returned to the Heavenly Kingdom to take charge. Lord Michael needs to deal with the Transcendent Organization's conspiracy. We should not cause trouble for Lord Michael now. But you don't have to say any more. Angel Hamilel said in a low voice, this time we have already attracted the attention of the will of the child world. If we descend too many times in such a short time, it will easily cause the will of the child world to retaliate. Besides, we have just descended and have not completely fused with the host body. This time, it is not a crime of war. Once the two of us have completely fused with the host body and obtained all the holy relics of the Holy Church, there will be no ultimate champions in this child world that can threaten us. Holy Light, next time, we will thoroughly judge the heretic Farlier. Angel Cain subconsciously opened his mouth, but under Angel Hamilel's gaze, he gradually became obedient. Be it in terms of rank or power, he could not disobey Angel Hamilel's orders. However, even if he had completely fused with the host body and obtained the holy relics, would he really be able to fight against Farlier? Angel Cain vaguely doubted this, but he could only bury this doubt in his heart and lead the paladins and clergymen of the Holy Church. Angel Hamilel looked at Angel Cain's departing figure and could not help but frown. He muttered to himself in a low voice, It's not that we have never encountered an ultimate champion in our previous explorations, but none of them are as abnormal as the Mad Knight, and that Radiance Tower Master as well. What secret does Child World 003 have that it can produce so many native champions? Soon after, everyone gathered, and the coordinates to Britain were officially opened. Angel Hamilel could not help but rub his eyebrows as he watched the figures walking into the coordinates and arriving in Britain one by one. Every angel was a child of the Lord, and they were blessed by the Lord. They could not be so unlucky as to keep running into those terrifyingly powerful native champions, right? Don't scare yourself. Because of Boss Luo's promise, Lamia stayed in the manor for a while, and then rode her beloved motorcycle that would not get stuck in traffic, the black motorcycle, and traveled on the road of the town. Since there was a guarantee that nothing would happen as long as she was in the town, Lamia's naturally had to make good use of this time to do something. She had already broken ties with the Black Order, so when the Dean of Discipline woke up and called her nonstop, Lamia's did not answer his call. Lamia's circled around the town, but still did not find any news of Sister Grant. As for the 6 missing combat nuns, she did not see them either. In the end, Lamia's came to Father Stella's church. At this time, Father Stella was holding a broom and standing in the courtyard of the church, sweeping the fallen leaves. She did not know that the church had been razed to the ground long ago, and there was a big hole in the ground, because when she arrived, the church was still the same church. Not only was the hole filled, but the church was also rebuilt overnight, as if nothing had happened. No one knew what had happened. Wasco left with the 4 paladin trainees, so he did not know what had happened. Lamia's hid in the armory all night, trying to fuse the holy relic of reversal and the 6 sets of inverse cross of fear armor, so she did not know what had happened. Even Mayor Lotta did not know what had happened. No one knew that the church had been restored to its original state from destruction. Lamias saw Father Stella. After hesitating for a moment, she finally braced herself and walked over. At this time, as she approached, she looked at the white cross on the roof of the church with some self-mockery. How dazzling! Of course, the white cross that reflected the sunlight, as if it had been added with the special effect of the holy light, almost blinding Lamias's eyes. At this time, she heard some strange sounds. It seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. Lamias subconsciously looked and found that there was not only Father Stella in the courtyard, but also a bald man. The sound came from the feet of the bald man. What made Lamias unable to look straight was that the bald man's feet were shackled and tied with a big iron ball. Not only that, his hands were also tied with chains. Even his face was covered with an iron mask. This reminded Lamias of a certain medieval punishment. How could a priest do such a thing? But it seemed that Father Stella's predecessor was a warden, and it was the godly might prison of the Holy Church that imprisoned extremely vicious, dark creatures and heretics. This guy stole the money from the church's donation box last night. This lost child is now repenting. Don't plead for him. It will make him feel even more guilty and uncomfortable. Father Stella glared at this time and said seriously. Mayarada looked at the sky hopelessly. He felt that he had not only lost his freedom, but also his dignity, and even his soul. Shame. A lifetime of shame. His heart was like dead ashes, but that was it. Who wants to plead for this guy that I don't even know? Lamias's lips moved. Finally, she shook her head. She did not know this bald man at all, so whether he lived or died had nothing to do with her. But Father Stella, instead of saying that this priest was crazy, it was better to say that he was a bad old man who knew how to not play by the rules. But Lamias already had a plan in mind. With the guarantee of the mysterious manor owner, Lamias did feel more at ease, but she needed more safety protection. No one would complain that they had too little protection. Father, I have come to listen to your teachings. Lamias said with a smile, I have already said last night, from now on, you are my faith. I will give my body and heart to you. Father Stella took 2 cold breaths on the spot and scolded. You actually want to disturb my purity and break my virginity? How can you be so vicious? The scared priest at this time directly raised the broom in his hand and pointed at Lamias as if he was facing a great enemy. I will fight with you. Be careful, or I will smack you to death with the broom, you coquettish bitch. Oh, Father, last night you clearly wanted to be surrounded by shy nuns. Lamias smiled until her eyes curved. Father, don't you know that the nuns of the Black Order have a special service technique? This technique, as a traitor of the order, I have seriously learned it before. Father Stella was stunned for a moment, as if he was having an indescribable battle in his heart. Well, actually, I am also very happy to guide the confused passers-by. At this time, the priest straightened his chest. You see, my faith is so firm. Follow me, and you will definitely have a bright future. A ray of holy light suddenly fell. At the same time, the space where the church was located seemed to be confined by something. But it was not the curtain of darkness that could produce a fallen force field like the holy relic, but a kind of holy barrier. When the holy church was fighting with the dark creatures in the downtown area, they would usually cast a holy barrier that shielded them. A large number of clergymen cast it together. In other words, the people of the holy church had appeared at this time. Sinner Stella, accept your judgment. A solemn voice appeared in the sky above the church. At the same time, the figures of holy knights poured out from the surroundings of the church. A red coat, surrounded by a group of holy knights, walked over. Looking at such a formation, Lamias suddenly looked like her mouth was stuffed with a few pounds of octopus claws. Well, didn't you just say that you want to follow me? Good. Now go and beat these guys for me. Just when Lamias was shocked, Father Stella whispered something beside her, and then pushed her back fiercely. forcing her to run forward. At the same time, "This woman is a combat nun of the Black Order. Purify her quickly." Father Stella's loud, friendly reminder. Chapter 1619. The moment she was pushed out, Lamias felt that even when the god-slaying armor was crushed by Father Stella, she had never felt so terrified before. There were at least 20 holy knights, and even more clergymen from the priest squad. There was even a corps red coat. With such a battle formation, it was enough to fight a great battle with the Black Order. At this time, the eyes of these big shots from the Holy Church were all focused on Lamias. Even if she was wearing the god-slaying armor, her heart would still beat faster, not to mention that she was not wearing it at this time. Only the reverse cross of fear was still hanging on the back of the motorcycle. As for the motorcycle, it was now outside the circle of holy knights from the Holy Church. Ruthless, a battle nun from the Black Order. The corps red coat suddenly frowned and looked at Lamia subconsciously, as if thinking about something. But this corps red coat quickly shook his head and did not care too much. What a joke! The Black Order's forces in Europe were wiped out by a few descended angels almost overnight. At this time, there were 2 more descended angels, and one of them was the most powerful descended angel, Lord Hamaliel. Not to mention a battle nun. Even if the chief of the Black Order was here, the corps red coat felt that he was not afraid at all. "Since we have met, let's capture her while we are at it," the corps red coat said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 holy knights suddenly moved and captured Lamias easily before she could react as a normal person. Lamias did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Not only did she not resist, this lady who used to be a battle nun even had a look of doubt in her eyes at this time. "Forget about the promise. As long as I stay in this town, I will be fine. Where is she? How did she get caught?" When she was directly pushed back by the 2 holy knights, Lamias suddenly shuddered. After struggling in vain for a while, her face darkened. She felt that she might have been deceived by the mysterious manor owner. However, looking at the group of ferocious holy knights and the large number of priests, Lamias felt that it was only natural. In the face of the Holy Church's terrifying lineup, even Father Stella immediately became terrified and pushed him out. Ignoring the pain in the nun's heart, the red coat of the Holy Church spoke again. "Stella, the Holy Church tolerated you opening a church here, but I didn't expect you to harbor heretics from the Black Order here. It seems that you have really fallen. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Father Stella said coldly, "Believe it or not, I will write a letter to the Pope to impeach you. Me and the Pope are good friends. We've been shot together, we've squatted by windows together, and we've even received sexual enlightenment together. Don't you think so?" The red coat of the hub opened his mouth and only shook his head with a dark expression after a while. Naturally, he did not know Father Stella. At most, they were friends according to the records in the archives. For the warden who had left the Godly Might prison for decades, the young red coat of the hub did not have a good impression of him at all. The Pope was really too indecisive. He could actually tolerate Stella, a guy who was almost like a traitor, to spend his days leisurely in the land of Britain. The Pope was indeed old, and did not have the courage of his youth. This time, following the arrival of the fallen angel, after returning to the Holy Church, his reputation should be improved a lot, right? Rumor has it that you, Stella, have a bad character, and no one can compare to you. It seems that it is true. The red coat of the hub flicked his fingernails. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, and I can't compare to your classmate Wasco. Today, you will follow me back to the Holy City to be judged." Speaking of Wasco, the red coat of the hub suddenly had some doubts. Paladin Wasco was obviously not here. If he was not here, then so be it. This time, the Holy Church directly activated the coordinates, and with the special characteristics of the inhuman domain, they crossed the continent and came here in a short time. It consumed a lot of resources, so it was imperative to capture Stella alive. As for Wasco's absence at this time, it did not affect the operation at this time. Soon, Angel Hamaliel and Angel Quinn were now supervising, as a strong candidate for the Pope. How could he make a mistake in this operation? The red coat of the hub waved his hand, and 4 paladins immediately moved at this moment and surrounded Father Stella. The 4 paladins, fully armed and alert, had a threatening aura. "Warden Stella, sorry to offend you," one of the paladins said with a serious expression. "The instructor once said that if you become a paladin, you will definitely be the first among the paladins. So we have to give it our all." Father Stella lowered his head and said nothing. Outside the church, Angel Hamaliel and Angel Quinn stood with their hands behind their backs, and their gazes fell on the church's courtyard. Angel Hamaliel suddenly said, "Before Jennifer died, she sent a message that this Stella is suspected to be a blasphemer, and has also raised a void original demon. Later, when the void original demon appears, you suppress Stella and leave the void original demon to me." Quinn nodded with a serious expression on his face. Two-winged. As a two-winged angel, when facing the void original demon, there was a huge flaw. Even those with powerful combat strength, like Fierce and Jennifer, who could compare to a 4-winged angel of the 3rd level, did not dare to recklessly touch the void original demon. Only by advancing to 4-winged. Only when a true 4-winged angel faced the void original demon would they be able to resist the corrosive effect of the void original demon, which was like poison to angels. Compared to the void original demon, Stella, as a blasphemer, was much less dangerous. The damage blasphemers caused to the kingdom of heaven was in the destruction of faith, and not every blasphemer had the ability to cause harm to the kingdom of heaven. Blasphemers could be immune to the holy power of pestilence, but blasphemers could not resist the most direct physical damage. At this thought, Angel Quinn waved his hand and a silver spear appeared. Since he wanted to deal with a blasphemer, he naturally could not use a weapon condensed from holy light. Holding the spear, Angel Quinn was like a taut spring, ready to explode with terrifying power at any time. Father Stella lowered his head and did not speak. The 4 holy knights looked at each other. Finally, one of the holy knights behind Father Stella walked out and placed his hand firmly on Father Stella's shoulder, wanting to push him down. "Wait." Father Stella suddenly raised his head just as the holy knight was about to exert his strength, his expression grave. Perhaps they were too nervous, but the moment Father Stella raised his head, they all flashed their weapons. As for the holy knight who had placed his hand on Father Stella's shoulder, he took a step back and instinctively bent his upper body slightly, placing his hand on his sword. Swords and bows were drawn. "I forgot to dry the clothes." Father Stella patted his head and quickly said, "Just stand here, wait for me to dry the clothes. Then we'll continue to bicker. Don't go away. You've offended me. You can't run away." "You." The holy knight behind Father Stella glared at him. He was actually frightened by the other party's action of raising his head. If this were to spread, he would be the laughingstock of his career. Infuriated, the holy knight immediately attacked. "You want to leave? Not so easy." The holy knight directly swung his sword, and Father Stella's figure was instantly torn into 2 by this slash. An afterimage? A terrifying sense of danger came from behind the holy knight who attacked. He did not care about his instinctive fear and instantly turned around, only to be met with a rolling pin. Bang! He only felt that the rolling pin's strength was like a speeding truck. The holy knight's standard armor of glory was actually hit by this rolling pin, leaving a concave surface. One hit and he fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked, but then they saw Father Stella directly jumped onto the roof of the church. No one knew where he got a big bag of flour from, and at this moment he sprinkled it in front of them. The snow-white flour immediately stained everyone's body, making the members of the church look quite embarrassed. Couldn't they avoid this flour? Of course they could. The problem was, this thing that could be avoided was actually sprinkled on them at this moment. That was fine. The problem was that Father Stella, the former warden of the Godly Might prison, the priest who single-handedly created many legends of the Holy Church decades ago, knew this trick of sprinkling flour? Trash! Dozens of you are allowed to block me, but I'm not allowed to sprinkle flour? Father Stella now raised his nose and looked at the embarrassed people below with care. Didn't your mother teach you how to fight on the streets? No need to talk nonsense with him anymore. Capture him alive with violence. The hub redcoat had always cherished his image. He really cared about his image. 9 out of 10 of the upper echelons of the Holy Church, even the Pope, were balding. Only he still had a head of thick hair, and he was the most handsome person in the upper echelons of the church. How could he ruin his image in such a place? Angry. A dash! A rolling pin hit the hub redcoat's face head-on, directly breaking a few of his teeth. Damn it! Father Stella spat at this moment. I've long told the Pope, this old bastard, not to promote the guy with the middle parting, but he just didn't listen. I hate the guy with the middle parting the most in my life. I'm so angry. Protect His Highness in the red coat. Everyone was shocked, and the holy knights instantly swarmed up. In the small church courtyard, dozens of powerful holy power burst out in a split second. But at the same time, screams rang out one after another. Priest Strahl used his rolling pin to hit the paladins one by one. Every hit was accurate, and the paladins were unable to fight back. In front of Father Stella, the holy knights who had graduated from the training camp seemed to have returned to the days when they were in the training camp. It was as if they had returned to the time before they came in contact with power, when they were just outstanding young people. How is he so strong? The grenade of holy light didn't work at all. This is the horror of the godly might prison iron fist? Oh my God! Seeing the holy knights being hit until they saw stars and fell to the ground one by one, Lamia's couldn't help but widen her eyes. Since when were the holy knights so weak? But facing such a powerful Father Stella, maybe she could take advantage of the chaos and escape, as expected of a blasphemer. In the distance, Angel Homeric frowned and then snorted coldly. Quinn, I'll leave this blasphemer to you. It seems that the holy church of this subworld is really incompetent. The standard of this batch of holy knights can't even be considered average among the holy church of so many subworlds. After all, the kingdom of heaven rarely manages subworlds. Angel Quinn shook his head. In the records of the Holy Church of Subworld 003, the last time an angel descended was hundreds of years ago. This was not like some of the subworlds that were heavily managed, where it was common for angels to descend. Shaking his head, Angel Quinn spread the wings of light behind him, and his body suddenly floated up. The next moment, Angel Quinn soared into the sky, as it should. At this moment, Angel Quinn felt a huge force pulling at his leg and fiercely pulling him back to the ground. It looked at its legs in shock, only to discover that several shadows had unknowingly wrapped around its legs. The rope-like shadows were now coiling toward its upper body. Alarmed, Angel Quinn unleashed his holy power. However, the moment his holy power erupted, it was sucked away by the shadows like a deflated balloon. Master Homeric, save me! Angel Quinn instantly rushed out of the carrier of his descent, and a light ball containing his origin shot out from the chest of the carrier and shot toward Angel Homeric. But in the next moment, this source was directly swallowed up by a dark shadow that emerged from the ground. Homeric was shocked and couldn't care less about what was happening in the courtyard of the church. This was because his legs were silently entangled by several shadows. His power was draining rapidly. How come there are only 2 angels? Didn't you say that there should be 3 more angels? A man wearing a black suit and a top hat walked over slowly with a black cat in his arms. The shadows that had swallowed Angel Quinn and entangled Angel Homeric came from the shadow of this man. You're the one who killed Fayers and severely injured Jennifer. Homeric was shocked, angry, and terrified. Jennifer? The man in the suit paused for a moment and said, That's the name of the angel who went back to deliver the message. But her name has nothing to do with me. You, on the other hand, are much more powerful than them. Unfortunately, even with you guys, it's still not enough. Laws. It's the power of laws again. Hammurath sensed the terrifying aura coming from the shadow. As an angel, the light in his heart seemed to have been instantly extinguished. Despair almost caused him to collapse. Even his origin was flowing away at a crazy speed. What's wrong with this world? Why is it so dangerous? I won't die here. Hammurath let out a furious roar. He decisively gave up on the host of his descent and shot the origin sphere toward the courtyard of the church. He planned to attach himself to a member of the Holy Church temporarily. Even if he couldn't use 1/10 of his power, it would be better than being swallowed by the shadow. Shaking his head, the man in the suit lowered his head with a smile and patted the head of the black cat in his arms. The black cat meowed intimately and jumped out of the man's arms, chasing after the light ball of origin of Homeric. At this time, Father Strahl, who had pulled the 7 holy knights to the side and was knocking their heads like hamsters, felt something and waved the rolling pin in his hand. But the rolling pin seemed to hit nothing. It seemed like it hit something, but it also seemed like it didn't hit anything. Father Stella frowned and ignored it. He continued to wave the rolling pin that brought fear and domination at the holy knights. Who told you to blabber in front of me? I hate it when people blabber in a fight. Tom Cruise, who was hiding in the corner of the courtyard and sleeping lazily, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He felt like something delicious was flying toward him. Thus, Tom Cruise opened his mouth, and something flew into his mouth. It was really something delicious. Tom Cruise burped. Then, a black cat appeared in front of Tom Cruise. It stood on its 2 legs, opened its mouth, and stared at Tom Cruise. Isn't this angel's death really unjust? The black cat was speaking human language. Chapter 1620. Its front limbs drooped down naturally while its back limbs were upright. The black cat stood like a human and spoke human language. If an ordinary person was here, they would probably think that it had become a demon. But Tom Cruise was obviously not an ordinary person. It was just a golden form or a void original demon disguised as a golden form. Meow. Tom Cruise slowly got up and walked towards the black cat. The black cat didn't move and looked at Tom Cruise's actions with interest. When Tom Cruise finally came in front of the black cat, it stretched out its nose to smell the black cat. After circling back and forth a few times, Tom Cruise squatted in front of the black cat and tilted its head, seemingly at a loss. What do you want to do to me? The black cat spoke human language again and stretched out its claws. Just at this moment, Tom Cruise suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a huge tentacle from his mouth. The black cat's pupils shrank. At the same time, a pair of small wings miraculously grew out from each of its hind legs. It rapidly knocked on the back of its head. The tentacles swept past and smashed onto the floor. As expected, it's you guys. A murderous look flashed across the black cat's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. But Tom Cruise clearly did not intend to stop there. In an instant, dozens of tentacles were spat out from his mouth. That ugly and violent scene instantly made the black cat's heart skip a beat. Some unpleasant memories were crazily rampaging in its little head. In the end, the result was that the black cat's eyes were suddenly dyed with a smear of blood red. A large amount of black gas was emitted from the black cat's body. Hermes. But at this moment, a white hand stretched out from behind and directly grabbed the black cat by the back of its neck and grabbed it. The blood-red color in the black cat's eyes gradually faded. It looked up at the man in the suit who grabbed its neck with some dissatisfaction. Then, even the black gas on its body gradually dispersed. At the same time, the dozens of tentacles spat out from Tom Cruise's mouth attacked the man in the suit. The shadow under the man in formal attire suddenly opened up and turned into a wall of shadows, easily blocking Tom Cruise's tentacles. Not only that, the wall of shadows even rose from the ground and turned into 4 walls. Finally, the man in formal attire waved his hand, and the 5th wall of shadows came down from the sky, directly sealing Tom Cruise within. A cat that lost its freedom would obviously go crazy. Tom Cruise went crazy at this moment. The tentacles spat out from its mouth, flapped wildly, but didn't damage the shadow wall at all. Finally, Tom Cruise squatted on the ground and looked at all this with a blank face. It wasn't afraid. The man in the suit sighed. "You're obviously a little different to be able to survive here, but a primordial demon after all, it can't be absorbed. How about making a deal? Spit out what you just swallowed, and I let you out." Tom Cruise didn't care at all. He directly opened his legs and began to bite his own shedding hair. The man in formal attire didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, "As you wish. But you'd better be prepared to be imprisoned by me until the end of time. My power comes from the origin of death. As long as death exists, this box won't disappear. Of course, you won't die either, but you won't be able to eat delicious food in the future." Tom Cruise raised its head and looked at the other party pitifully. Finally, it bent its body, and after a few breaths, it reluctantly spat out the ball of light that it had just swallowed. The moment Tom Cruise spat out this ball of light, the shadow wall disappeared instantly, and the ball of light flew directly into the hands of the man in the suit. The man in the suit suddenly laughed. "Actually, I lied to you, but to imprison you until the end of time, I can't do it at all." Tom Cruise's eyes widened and its hair stood on end. Then it pounced madly at the man in the suit. But this time a wrinkled hand reached out from behind and grabbed Tom Cruise's neck directly. "Father Stella!" It was unknown when the priest came in. After grabbing Tom Cruise, he casually threw him out of the window and instructed, "Don't run out." Tom Cruise didn't come in again. Father Stella frowned and looked at the man in the suit. He suddenly asked curiously, "Why are you dressed like this today? Are you going to attend a party? Why didn't you call me?" "I'm not him." The man in the suit smiled. Then his figure gradually faded. "But I might come to you again, Father." "What?" Father Stella was stunned. Then he shot out like lightning. But in the end, he only caught a wisp of air. Father Stella's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he rushed out. He came to the courtyard and saw the holy knights, the clergy, and even the red coat from the hub. They were all lying on the ground, motionless. Father Stella looked at the people on the ground in silence. Among them, only Lamia's seemed to have received a huge shock. She sat on the ground, paralyzed, her eyes lifeless. At least she didn't fall on the ground. It was just that her body was trembling and her lips were trembling. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. No, other than Lamia's, there was another person in the courtyard who was conscious. It was Mayor Lotta, who was shackled by Father Stella. Mayor Lotta's eyes were blooming with fanaticism. He directly knelt on the ground, like some kind of ceremony. Dash! Looking at the corpses of the Holy Church people all over the ground, Father Stella suddenly hit his head hard. "Damn it, my clothes haven't been dried yet." The priest rushed into the church and didn't care about the mess in the courtyard. Lamia's shuddered violently at this moment. She crawled and ran to the front of the motorcycle parked outside the church. She turned on the accelerator and rushed out madly. Fortunately, the church was built at the edge of the town, and there weren't many residents nearby. It was noon. The residents in the few houses nearby had gone out to work, so the roar of the motorcycle didn't disturb the residents. But Lamia's was about to lose her life, so she didn't care about that. Just as she rushed out of the church's courtyard, Tom Cruise came out of nowhere, looking at the corpses all over the ground. Tom Cruise slowly opened his mouth. Under the sun, a cluster of shadows like the claws of an octopus was dancing. She was almost in a panic, running in a straight direction, wanting to leave the town. As expected, it was still too difficult for a mortal to contend with supernatural powers. If those fellows with terrifying powers, were as rational as the Manor Master, Perhaps they would be able to talk to her properly. The surrounding scenery flashed past Lamia's eyes crazily. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. Most of the techniques mastered by the black congregations were techniques, and there were not many people in the church who had inhuman powers. Even among these inhuman powers, most of the mysterious powers were of the auxiliary type. A powerful crystal like the God-Slayer armor was easily destroyed by Father Stella. Faced with such terrifying individual power, what kind of confidence did the Black Order have to think that they could go against the Holy Church? With the plan that they had been preparing for 100 years? Lamias didn't know. In fact, before she rushed into the town to escape from Pride's call, Lamias was quite confident that the Black Order would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Holy Church. The advanced technology within the Order combined with supernatural power gave the people of the Order an unparalleled confidence. Even the holy relic, which the Black Order had successfully snatched from the Holy Church. Father Stella alone was not something that the Black Order could resist at this time. But even so, it was not as terrifying as what she had experienced at the end of the day in the church. So many holy knights, clergy, and even a core red coat had silently fallen in front of her. She didn't know whether these people were dead or not, but the scene was so strange that it even triggered the self-protection mechanism of the human brain. People said that once the pain exceeded the limit of endurance, the brain would put the person into a coma in order to protect the human body and avoid the torture of pain. It was the same with fear. Escape became the only thought in Lamias's mind at this time. The speeding motorcycle had traveled a long distance, perhaps completely out of the town. Lamias didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, she became more and more panicked. There was only one thought in her mind at this time. It was not enough, she had to go further, even further, until a figure blocked the road in front of her. She started the motorcycle in a hurry and didn't even have time to put on her helmet. The roaring wind made it difficult for her to open her eyes. She vaguely saw the figure in front of her, but it was too late to dodge. The motorcycle crashed into it. Bang! With a loud bang, Lamias's body was thrown directly by inertia and slammed into the trunk of a tree on the side of the road. She only felt that her internal organs were overturned, and there was a bloody taste in her throat. Lamias endured the pain and struggled to get up. In the middle of the road, Eve was holding the front of the motorcycle with one hand. This motorcycle had been completely compressed at this time, as if it had crashed into a steel plate half a meter behind. "It's you?" Lamias was shocked and angry at this time. At this time, Eve casually threw the motorcycle that had been compressed into a pile of scrap metal. The scrap metal motorcycle fell directly on top of Lamias's head and smashed directly into the soil. Miss Lamias. At this time, Eve was walking slowly, but she walked into the mud beside the road, because the mud would stain her shoes. According to the agreement between you and Master, your safety zone is within this small town. Eve said slowly, "If you walk out of the town's range, we will treat it as you voluntarily gave up your protection." Lamias was angry at the mention of her sore spot. She said frantically, "Protect? I was in the church just now, and I almost died. Why didn't your people do anything?" She was angry, so angry. Why did Eve come out without a reason? "Aren't you still alive now?" Eve said indifferently. Lamias said with hatred, "I was caught by the paladins. If it wasn't for—" "Wait, those paladins and preachers. Were you the one who killed them?" "No." Eve shook her head. "But you were caught by the paladins, but it doesn't mean that your life is in danger. As long as you are still in this small town, as long as the protection period is still in effect, and as long as your life is not directly in danger, it is not considered a violation of the agreement." Lamias felt as if she had swallowed a dozen pounds of octopus claws, according to what Eve said. Even if she was caught and tortured in the small town, as long as she did not die and did not leave the town's range, it was not a problem? Devil! She screamed in her heart, but she could not change the fact. Lamias immediately lowered her head and said nothing. Eve waited quietly. Lamias suddenly looked up and said, As long as I am still in the town and under the protection period, I will never die. Eve said, Master said that you will not die. Naturally, you will not die, but that is limited by external forces. Miss Lamia's suicide is not within the scope of our service. We have no problem with protecting you, but if you want to kill yourself, that is your business. We can't stop you from killing yourself, can we? Everything is up to your own wishes. Lamia's expression changed slightly. She did have some strange thoughts in her mind, but Eve's answer instantly destroyed the bold idea that suddenly appeared in her mind. Don't worry. I still want to see the sun every day in the future. Lamia's silently tidied her clothes, and at the same time, she corrected her broken arm when she fell down. Was it painful? Of course it was painful, but it was bearable. It was not as desperate as the feeling of fate being played in the hands of other people. Miss Lamia's, do you plan to go back to the manor? Eve said at this time. If so, I can accompany you back. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the small town, but I will not accompany you. No, Lamia's forced a smile. I have my own house, and I don't need to live in another man's house. Do as you wish. Eve bowed and then lightly jumped, disappearing into the forest beside the road. It was a private apartment allocated to Lamia's in the university, no doubt after her betrayal. All the things related to the Black Order had been destroyed. The person who did it was probably the discipline master who lurked in the university. In fact, there was nothing particularly useful in this place. At most, there were some materials for the laptop. Lamia's dragged her extremely tired body into the bathroom. Half an hour later, she casually walked out with a bath towel wrapped around her body. Don't move. Behind her, a figure came out and at the same time pointed a gun at her back. The voice came from the discipline master. You are just an ordinary employee. Lamia's was not frightened and said indifferently, How confident do you think you can hurt me with this weapon? Silence. At this time, Lamia's slowly turned around. Under the complicated gaze of the discipline master, she reached out and held the muzzle of the discipline master's gun. The discipline master's face suddenly turned pale. You don't plan to shoot me? What do you want to do? Why did you betray the Cultivation Association? Do you know that now the headquarters has issued the order to kill you? Lamia's made a gesture of silence, then narrowed her eyes and said, Now, tell the Cultivation Association that I am here. With that, she pulled off the necklace on her body. I know, the Cultivation Association, especially the group of people of the new faction, must be very concerned about it. As long as you don't leave the town, you won't be killed. Then come those who want to deal with me. This is not beyond the scope of the agreement, right? Chapter 16:21. Not enough. Not enough energy. I need more energy. How many times have I told you, this is a process that abides by the law of conservation. If you can only provide this much, then what you'll get is trash that can't even be considered a defective product. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to waste time here today. Hurry up and prepare a few toys for me and send them to my room. Also, send me a female hound. I want a pure white one. His bloated body was like a worm as he slowly walked out of the lab. His name was Master Pride, and he was the only one in the world who could use the strange power of structural alchemy. He came from another world. But in essence, Master Pride was not much different from a human being. At least in the modern world, he was not much different from a human being. At least he could be injured. When the Black Order found Master Pride, he was already seriously injured. It was a dark and windy night, and the Black Order found Master Pride on a mountain top. At that time, he fell like a meteorite, and the place where he fell even had a forest fire. But even under such a terrible impact, Master Pride did not die. The Black Order even saw with their own eyes that Master Pride gradually recovered from a pile of mud-like flesh and blood into a human being. Even though his appearance was extremely ugly, still not enough energy? In the lab, the core researchers of the Black Order couldn't help but shudder. Master Pride might not know where this place was, but they knew. This was a nuclear power plant of the most powerful country in the modern world. The Black Order had followed the wave of immigrants 100 years ago to this desolate continent. In just a short 100 years, they had even reached out to every field in this country. More than 50% of the people in this country were believers of the Holy Church, and the influence of the Holy Church here could even reach the level of the country. But the one who really influenced the major decisions of this country behind the scenes was the religious order. The Holy Church didn't even know that the country with so many believers was the Black Order's nest, because the Black Order had placed too many strongholds on Euroland. However, while there were many strongholds in Euroland, there weren't many elites of the Order. Thus, even if all the strongholds in Euroland were destroyed in a single night by the angels, the Black Monastery would only feel fear. In essence, they wouldn't be harmed. But after all, the angel had descended, and it was like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, constantly reminding the people of the religious order that if they didn't obtain enough power to resist, they would face another 100 years, or even hundreds of years of dormancy. The chief of the Black religious congregation was willing to satisfy all of Master Pride's unreasonable requests at all costs. Just because this Master Pride was able to push the plan that the Black religious congregation had been preparing for 100 years straight to the point where it could finally bear fruit. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this Master Pride, the Black Order would still continue to be dormant, slowly accumulating strength and pushing forward the 100-year plan bit by bit. The chief of the Black Order knew that he was the type to fight steadily and steadily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Black Order to the extent that it was today. But humans, once they saw a shortcut, they couldn't resist the convenience that it brought. It was said to be a 100-year plan. But according to the power that the Black Order held, this 100-year plan might be a 200-year plan or even a 250-year plan. Time was too long. The chief of the Black Order might not be able to see the day when the plan finally came to fruition. All of their efforts would turn into the sweetest fruit, waiting for the next chief to pluck it. Perhaps it would be the next chief, or perhaps it would be the next chief. That person would use the power of this fruit to fight back against the Holy Church and eventually succeed. Then he would become an unprecedented hero in the history of the Black Order, and the most glorious glory would be bestowed upon that person. The current chief wasn't willing to selflessly give away 100 years of hard work to his successor, even if he didn't know who would inherit his will in the future. It wasn't important, it didn't matter who it was in the future. What was important was that he had seen the hope of ending the 100-year plan in advance. Pride's structural alchemy. In a room that was surrounded by metal and exploded with a sense of technology, an old man sitting in a wheelchair couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the bloated and ugly back of Master Pride on the screen. The old man was abnormally skinny, but his brain seemed to be bigger than a normal person's. He was an old bald man. One could even see the distribution of blood vessels on his withered arms. One of the blood vessels was wrapped around a needle, and beside the wheelchair there were a few bags of medicine used for infusion. "Chief, this Pride's demands are getting more and more outrageous. This time, he actually wants to get the Dark Saintess," a young man said with a hint of anger beside the old man. "Send it to him." The old man was silent for a moment, and then agreed expressionlessly. "Chief!" The young man was rather agitated. The old man said indifferently, "The so-called Dark Saintess is just a product that was cultivated for 20 years. We still have a few girls with such a body. Send it to him and feed this fat pig." "Chief, Pride's greed is a bottomless abyss. We can't keep satisfying his demands. I'm not dead yet." The chief suddenly glared at the young man. The young man's body was instantly thrown backwards and crashed heavily into the metal wall. His body didn't slide down, but was pressed against the wall by an invisible force. The young man felt as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing, and the air around him seemed to have been sucked away. He was about to die. The terrifying force disappeared in an instant, and the young man fell to the ground. His face was pale as he struggled to get up and lowered his head. "I'll go now." After the young man left, the old man showed a hint of pain. The blood vessels in his brain seemed to have a life of their own, and were now pulsating rapidly. The pulsating blood vessels densely covered his scalp, as if there were hundreds of worms buried in his scalp, and it was rather frightening. After a while, the old man's abnormality gradually calmed down. He sighed weakly, and a hint of despair flashed through his eyes. He muttered to himself, "No matter how I strengthen, no matter how I modify, I still can't match this powerful spiritual force. Why? Why did they give me this peerless spiritual force, but not give me a body that can withstand it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of thick black blood was directly vomited from his body. The old man's face looked even weaker, like a flame that was about to be extinguished. "Your body can't support it anymore." In the originally empty room, a low voice suddenly sounded. "I've tried all the methods, and I can already foresee your imminent death." The old man didn't speak and just kept silent. After a while, he said weakly, "Previously you told me that a new church appeared in the continent of South America. The Pope, called Buggy, can resurrect the dead. I've secretly sent out several groups of people, but they were all wiped out. This Buggy seems to be protected by a very powerful force, and there's no way to catch him in a short time." The old man was silent again, and then he said, "The mysterious Eastern alchemy of the monks? Never step foot on the land of Kelowna." The low voice sounded again. "You want the Shinryu of Kelowna to come here and destroy your territory?" The old man slowly closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. After a long time he sighed and said, "Back then, if I was willing enough, the Radiants wouldn't have been able to suppress most of the opposition, and the coalition wouldn't have succeeded in the crusade. If they were still here, maybe they are still here, but you can't find them." The voice sounded again. The old man shook his head and his eyes were blurred. He looked at the screen, hundreds of screens that monitored almost all the places and important people of the Black Order. Could it be that the powerful force that God has given me is only for my body to not be able to withstand it, and in the end, I'll die without doing anything? Maybe there's another way. The voice sounded again. "What way?" The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had grasped the last straw of hope. The powerful force that he called the psychic power filled the entire room at this time, and in an instant all the instruments, decorations, and even the floor were shattered. "I've received information that the traitorous Lamias have taken the initiative to contact us this time." The voice was not affected by the old man's psychic power at all, and there was no fluctuation in the voice at all. "According to the last fragment transmitted by the Nautilus, we originally planned to capture Father Stella. His strength has even exceeded the level that we assessed. If it's pride, he probably has a way to help you use Stella as a material to refine a body that can match your psychic power. No matter how strong Stella is, he's still just a human." The old man instantly deflated like a balloon. "I've tried all the methods to strengthen the body. My body was once strong enough to withstand the explosion of a missile, but it's still not enough. What if, on top of Stella's foundation, you can pierce through the body of the Duke?" The voice at this time had a hint of madness. "Even if you're crazy enough, you can also use the thing that you've been preparing for 100 years as a material." Hearing this, the old man's breathing suddenly quickened. The violent breathing caused his cerebral cortex to twitch violently again, and the blood vessels on his scalp surged wildly as if they would burst at any time. "Can it really? Who knows?" The voice gradually became fainter. "This is just an idea. However, why should we let the level of knowledge limit our imagination? You have to know that everything that seems impossible and will not appear, but will eventually come true, its origin is the unlimited imagination of humans. Moreover, you really don't have much time left, especially with your outburst just now. It has probably greatly shortened your pitiful life. How much time do I have?" The old man suddenly calmed down like a dried corpse. "In hours." The voice slowly sounded. You shouldn't have done it yourself and reversed the holy relic in order to push forward the plan. This has reduced your life from at least half a year to what it is now. Your spiritual power is really the strongest kind of power among humans, but it's a pity that you don't have a body that can match it. God is really fair. As the chief of the Black Order, how could he believe in this set of words? The old man's face was terrifyingly silent. The terrible condition of his body was greatly beyond his expectations. He even suspected that the owner of the voice was lying to him. However, the old man could clearly feel the smell of death that was getting stronger and stronger. Even if it was not as bad as what the voice said, it would not be any better. Finally, after a long wait, the old man took a deep breath, as if he had given up, and said in despair, "Take plate and take me go to Britain." "I wish you success, great chief." The voice gradually faded away, and the old man's cough began to sound again. "Great. I will become great. Britain, St. Andrew's Academy, the teacher's dormitory area." The discipline master stood behind Lamia's, trembling. At this time, he had no interest in paying attention to Lamia's extremely seductive body. This woman actually had the guts to directly contact the representative of the old faction, Katerina, and she even used his communicator. The man felt that his career was about to come to an end. He should not have squatted alone in Lamia's dormitory. How could he have known that this woman would be so crazy? Negotiation. No. Lamia's tone when talking to Katerina was clearly not a negotiation, but a naked threat, a threat with no fear. The discipline master could not figure out where Lamia's got the confidence to directly face the higher-ups of the Black Order. Or was it really, as the announcement said, that Lamia's had turned traitor, and was very likely to side with the Holy Church? If you want it back, then come. Otherwise, I will send it to the Holy Church. Of course, there is also the thing that you have been preparing for so many years. Lamia's put away the necklace in her hand. Although with my level, there is no way I can know the whole plan, but I think, even if it is just a little bit of information, the Holy Church will be happy to receive it. On the communicator, Lamia's face was terrifyingly dark. She was on the other side of the ocean far away, and before she could even say a word, the communicator had already been violently smashed into pieces by Lamia's. Okay. Lamia sat down on the chair and looked at the middle-aged, balding discipline master with great interest. She suddenly laughed and said, "Don't I still have classes today?" This woman is crazy. This was the discipline master's only thought at this time. This woman is still in the mood to go to class after making a fuss about the Black Order? Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, 9 of 82. Chapter 16:22. When Wasco stepped into Father Stella's church, once again, Father Stella was drying his colorful underwear in the yard. Under the old man's black priest robe, it was indeed so colorful. Wasco shook his head violently to get rid of these strange, distracting thoughts. That guy with the middle parting didn't come? Seeing that Father Stella was still drying his underwear and had no intention of stopping, Wasco could not help but ask in the end. The church was unusually quiet, as if nothing had happened. But Wasco clearly felt a strong fluctuation of power. It was clearly the fluctuation of holy power, and it was clearly not Stella's holy power. Speaking of which, Wasco still felt strange in his heart. Stella was clearly called a blasphemer by the descended angel, but he was still able to use that vigorous, holy power. Middle parting? Only then did the priest stop and fell into his memories, then showed a sorrowful expression. "They're all dead." Wasco opened his mouth. He obviously did not believe it. Dead. Wasco suddenly sneered. "Where are the corpses?" "There's not a single corpse to be seen. Did you feed them all to the cats?" "How do you know?" Father Stella was suddenly shocked, then said angrily, "Wasco, I thought you were a good brother, so you've always had a hobby of peeking at me? Tell me, in the past, when we were bathing in the training camp, what were you doing behind my back?" The priest was now shocked and angry. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Needless to say how wronged he was. Wasco could only stare at him, Now, even he could not be sure whether Stella's mental state was good or bad, and whether what he said was true or false. But if it was said that the holy knights and clergy of the Holy Church had all fallen here, Wasco would never believe it. No matter what, this place should not be so peaceful. How long had it been since he took away those backup holy knights and settled them down before returning? Shaking his head, Wasco had no choice but to walk directly into the Holy Church. Perhaps the Holy Church's troops had not fully arrived yet. The powerful explosion of holy power just now might have been from the Holy Church's vanguard, but Stella had beaten them back. Most of the troops should be arriving soon. Wasco thought so and decided to stay and wait. Most importantly, no matter how he calculated, it seemed that he was the only one left in the Holy Church who could still talk to Father Stella, who was in a semi-crazy state. "Hey, Wasco, I have here a collection of black and white films of the Feng Yu nuns that I've kept for 43 years. Do you want to watch them together?" Well, even he can't speak properly. Wasco slammed the door shut and picked up the satellite phone. "It's me. The church's troops haven't arrived yet. Anyway, I don't see them. The one leading the team this time is the angel Hamley. It's an angel of the middle three. Maybe something happened on the way. After all, this time they're using the inhuman domain." Try to persuade Stella not to offend Hamley. "Pope, if Stella becomes a blasphemer, what do you want me to do?" Wasco asked in a low voice. There was no response from the other end of the phone for a long time. When the Pope responded, he only said softly, "Act according to your own will. Wasco, believe in yourself, and that is to believe in your faith. You old man who's about to die, you've said nothing." The furious veteran, holy knight, hung up the phone immediately. Wasco took a deep breath and simply sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate and recover his strength. His holy power had undergone a transformation after being suppressed by the mysterious young man, and had not completely recovered until now. Holy City. They really don't give me any face at all. In the Pope's large secret chamber, the old Pope could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly after the private phone call was disconnected. But after the bitter smile, there was melancholy. In the vast Holy Church, Wasco was probably the only one who could talk to him without any taboo, right? Ever since Stella left the Godly Might prison, the nostalgic look on the old man's face became more and more intense. His memories had long since returned to his distant childhood, when he was just an inconspicuous shepherd in the village, and Wasco was the son of a coachman. Stella, on the other hand, was the foolish son of a landlord. The memories were very brief. After that, the nostalgic look on the Pope's face instantly disappeared, replaced by solemnity, doubt, and even fear. At this moment, on the desk in front of the Pope, there were 5 palm-sized angel statues, and without exception, these 5 statues were all in the state of having their heads cut off. They should have been statues with heads, and each statue represented the situation of the angels who had descended this time. The decapitation of the angel statues meant that, how could this be? I couldn't get in touch with any of the troops dispatched this time, and Wasco said that he didn't see the appearance of the main troops, but the statues, an ominous premonition was spreading in the old Pope's heart. After a long time, the Pope seemed to have made a decision, and resolutely reached out to turn the carving on the handle of the chair. With a click, the wall behind the chair in the large secret chamber he was in slowly opened, as if something was abruptly emerging from the crack in the wall that had just opened a little. The Pope drew in a cold breath abruptly, and in great shock pressed both hands on the carving on the handle and turned it back in the opposite direction. The wall slowly closed up again. At this moment, the Pope seemed to have used up all his strength and was already slumped in the chair, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. A voice, a faintly discernible voice, seemed to have come from behind the Pope at this moment. "You will look for me. You will look for me again. I know. You will look for me again." The Pope got up at once and hurriedly walked out of the large secret chamber without looking back. Today's class will probably end here. In the class, Professor Poulin was tidying up his lesson plans as usual. but the bell for the end of class did not ring, which was not in line with Professor Poulin's usual style. Everyone knew that Professor Poulin had the habit of talking for a few more minutes after class. Thus, in the large classroom, dozens of pairs of eyes were cast on Professor Poulin at this moment. Professor Poulin smiled at this moment and then slowly said, "Also, this will be my last class to teach everyone." The classroom was suddenly filled with discussions and gasps of surprise. Professor Poulin gestured for a moment. "Due to some personal reasons, I have already resigned from my position at the Institute. But everyone can rest assured that after I leave, the Vice Dean will temporarily take over my classes. After the start of the next semester, the new teacher should take office, and your studies should not be affected, or it will be easier for you to get credits from the new teacher." Laugh. Naturally, no student could laugh. Although it was difficult to get credits from Professor Poulin, at the same time, Professor Poulin really did have the rich knowledge of those old professors, and thus his popularity in the Institute could be ranked in the top 10. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. His perpetual white shirt, black trousers and gloves, perpetual round-rimmed glasses and long braids, as well as his harmless temperament, attracted the attention of a large group of bold flesh-type girls in the academy. A student stood up directly to ask a question. It was a girl. But Professor Poulin clearly did not intend to let the students ask questions. After a deep bow, he took his things and quickly left the classroom. A few bold girls hurriedly chased after him, but there was no trace of Professor Poulin in the corridor. Butterfly Society. He could be considered a regular. Except for Claudia, who had started a new life, Professor Poulin was probably the one who came the most since the opening of Butterfly Society. However, in the previous few times, only Boss Luo was left in Butterfly Society, but this time Miss Maid was obviously there too. Professor Poulin's impression of this female student was still 1 or 2 weeks ago, so he said apologetically, "What's your name again?" "Yu Yi," Miss Maid said with a smile. "Very happy?" Professor Poulin turned his head and looked at Boss Luo, then said with self-mockery, "I've lived for more than 30 years, and now I realize that I'm still alone." Boss Luo asked casually, "When are you going to officially leave, Professor?" "In a few days." Professor Poulin thought for a while and said, "I still have some things to do, and I plan to leave after dealing with them. I probably won't come back to this place in the future. I don't have the habit of staying in the same place twice, probably." "So," Boss Luo said thoughtfully, "if we can meet you again, it will probably be in other places, right? Don't you have a phone?" Professor Poulin laughed. "Although I don't use the phone much, I still have a phone number. I also check the mail. If it's you, I'll still remember to check the mail occasionally." As he spoke, Teacher Poulin asked for a piece of paper and wrote down an email address. Miss Maid took the initiative to put away the slip of paper. Then, she poured a cup of tea for Teacher Poulin. She also took out 1, 2, 3 for plates of snacks. It was quite sumptuous because of the sentence, "very happy." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "I haven't finished reading your fairy tale book. I'll give it to you. After all, I've disturbed you so many times and came empty-handed every time." Professor Poulin smiled and said, "It shouldn't be valuable. I just bought it from a farmer when I was traveling. It's said to be the original manuscript, but I think they cheated me and wanted to sell it for more money." "It's the original manuscript," Boss Luo said abruptly, "and it's quite valuable. For me, the story on each page is like a beautiful story told by my ear." Professor Poulin was stunned, then shook her head and smiled. "I'm just a single lazy man in my 30s. Is it useless for you to make a good impression on me? I also have a small gift for you." Boss Luo said, "Take it as a farewell gift for you." A gift box was quickly sent to Professor Poulin from Miss Maid's hands. Professor Poulin didn't have the habit of opening it after going back. After the exquisite gift box was opened, there was another wooden jewelry box the size of one. But after the box was opened, there was only a small amount of black soil inside. This is the soil of the red spider lily. Miss Maid smiled at this time. In addition to planting dead plants, it also has a very good effect of stabilizing the soil. Of course, this is what the gardener who sold us the soil said. Maybe he wanted to cheat us and sell it for more money. Professor Poulin was suddenly speechless, but she kept the box. Then she looked at Boss Luo and muttered, "I like your gift. Then I'll accept it." "It's good that you like it." Boss Luo nodded. Only then did Teacher Poulin stand up and resolutely say, "Even though the time we spent together was very short, it was still a very pleasant memory. I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Oh, in any case, I'll still stay for 2 or 3 more days. Perhaps there'll be one last time we meet." Professor Poulin pushed open the door of Butterfly Society and walked out of the old schoolhouse. At this time, the cup of tea he drank was still warm. In fact, he basically didn't touch it, and so did the snacks. Miss Maid said with pity, "We wasted so much. What should we do?" Boss Luo nodded casually on the table, and the snacks on the table disappeared. He smiled and said, "Give them to Zhao Lu and Qin Mingming as a consolation gift." Of course, this was a good idea. Miss Maid gave him a sweet smile. Then the door of Butterfly Society was knocked on again, and the one who knocked on the door and walked in was Lamia's, wearing a rather formal dress. The professional dress perfectly revealed the slender and well-proportioned figure of this nun who had been exercising for a long time. Probably only a few buttons on her chest were a little forced. "I saw you on the new enrollment list." Lamia's walked in with a smile. "There are only 2 new students during this period, a boy and a girl. I think it must be you. Luaccio, is this your name? I just know it now." While walking, the woman's black high-heeled shoes stepped on the wooden floor, making a clicking sound. Then the charming face of Lamia's instantly became stiff, as if it was injected with excessive hyaluronic acid. The black high-heeled shoe on her right foot stepped into the floor at this time, and then broke, hashtag. Chapter 16, 23. Lamia's had trained her body balance for many years. Even in such a sudden situation, she was able to adjust her body in an instant so that she wouldn't trip. However, the heel was broken, and it was broken so thoroughly that Lamia's felt that the heel wasn't broken by a piece of wood, but by something. In short, Lamia's maintained her smile, elegance, and calmness. As a female teacher, she finally walked to Boss Luo and Miss Maid. Lamia stretched out her hand to press down the skirt on her buttocks, and then sat down slowly in a lady's sitting posture. Miss Maid stood behind Boss Luo expressionlessly. Then she took away the cup that Mr. Poulin used. Soon she came out with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lamia's. "Smile." The tea was cold. She didn't even change the cup. Lamia's didn't speak until Miss Maid finished her work. Then she opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Luaccio, I thought that a powerful magician like you would study science like engineering. I didn't expect you to study the simplest theology." Was theology simple? Perhaps for the existence of inhuman theology, mysticism was something that they would come into contact with from the beginning. Compared to the human scholars who studied in the academy according to historical records, it was more realistic to come into contact with them personally. "I'm not talented in science and engineering." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "Miss Lamia's, what's the matter?" "As a teacher in the academy, I should have the right to care about the extracurricular activities of the students, right?" Lamia's blinked and said, "Teachers should put the safety of the students first." Luaccio smiled and said, "I'm in the academy. It shouldn't be a big problem." Lamia's said, "That's not necessarily true. Even in the academy, it's not necessarily safe. Have you heard of a school shooting? A few years ago, a student came in with a gun and killed a student. It's very dangerous. As an inhuman, of course, he wouldn't be afraid of a small pistol in the hands of an ordinary student. This was just a topic to start a conversation." "Oh, But what Lamias didn't expect was that this young manor lord seemed to be really interested and started to ask questions. Of course, the school shooting that happened a few years ago was real, but Lamias hadn't come to the school to teach at that time, so naturally she didn't know too much. I heard that the student who committed the crime didn't receive the expected punishment because of his mental state, but he was still expelled from the academy. Obviously, that was all she knew. Furthermore, she only knew about it because she heard it mentioned by other teachers in the academy. Miss Lamias, lunch break is over. Miss Maid suddenly reminded him. As a tutor of the academy, do you need to teach your lovely students in the afternoon? I'm on leave today. Lamias stroked her hair. Luaccio, according to the agreement during this period of time, I can freely move around the town, right? Of course, Lamias said with a smile. In that case, my range of movement will be around you. That's fine too, right? After school, do you want to take my car back? Also, the suspension system of my car is very well made. It will be very comfortable. No need. Boss Luo shook his head directly. I'm used to taking a walk in the town after school. I'm not in a hurry to go back. Besides, we have classes in the afternoon. By the way, Boss Luo suddenly left his seat and walked to the cabinet at the side. He took out something and turned around to put it in front of Lamias before continuing. This is for you. It should be able to deal with the problem of your shoes temporarily. Looking at the all-purpose glue on the table, Lamias's eyebrows twitched unnaturally. She then picked up the glue and said indifferently, Since you have classes, I won't disturb you. See you later. Miss Nunn walked quickly at this time because she stepped on the heel of the other side directly and broke it. Of course, it was well known that such high heels were naturally uncomfortable to walk in. Go to class. Boss Luo acted as if nothing had happened. He took the servant girl's hand and gently squeezed it, then led her out of Butterfly Society. Hospital, outside the door of the ICU. Mr. Smith had just returned from the shower when he saw a man in a suit sitting on a chair in the corridor outside the intensive care unit. He was in his 20s. Mr. Smith looked at the man's side profile and felt that he was quite familiar yet strange at the same time. You seem to be a teacher of the college? At last Mr. Smith recalled a face which he had occasionally seen in the olden days, a customer of his dining room. But somehow Mr. Smith felt that this person seemed to be younger than before. Perhaps it was because of the makeup? Mr. Smith looked at the man in formal attire and thought thoughtfully. Mr. Poulin, or Teacher Poulin. Mr. Smith finally remembered the name of this restaurant's regular. I'm passing by here. The man in formal attire said with a smile, I heard that your wife is sick, so I plan to visit her, but it's not convenient to go in. Mr. Smith opened his mouth. In fact, they weren't familiar with each other. In the limited number of meals they had, they didn't talk much. They weren't friends. At best, they knew each other. If the man said something like a good friend, Mr. Smith would probably be grateful, but the man's words were a bit abrupt at this time. Thank you. Mr. Smith thought for a while and sat down beside the man in formal attire. Deborah will be happy if she knows. The man in formal attire said, Yes, when your wife smiles happily, she is the most beautiful person in the world. Mr. Smith frowned. The tone of the man in formal attire vaguely gave him a strange feeling, but he didn't show it. He just nodded and didn't speak anymore. He didn't take the initiative to speak. He even hoped that the man could take the initiative to leave and end this sudden encounter. I brought some gifts. The man in formal attire looked at Mr. Smith and said, I hope you can accept them. Mr. Smith looked at the box that the man had been holding in his hand and putting on his lap. From the beginning, when he saw the man in formal attire, he actually noticed the box. It was a black box wrapped in beautiful patterned paper. This pattern was even a kind of flower that Mr. Smith's wife, Mrs. Deborah, liked. How did he know? Mr. Smith was more confused in his heart and even frowned. The man in formal attire said, I used to be depressed and hesitant. Loneliness almost swallowed me. I suffered countless failures, but your wife's smile saved me. It was a smile that could warm people's hearts. So, please believe me, your wife will be the person I'm most grateful to. She gave me life." Mr. Smith couldn't help but be moved. He could feel the sincerity in the man's words. In front of him, he seemed to see a lonely figure that was worn away by life, walking on the street like an empty shell. Suddenly, a smile saved him who had lost hope in life. He also had such an experience when he met his wife. "I was saved by such a smile before, as if the black and white time was dyed with the color of the rainbow in an instant." Mr. Smith finally took the gift box from the man in formal attire. He thought for a while and said, "Do you want to see my wife? I can take you in, but only once." "No need." The man in formal attire shook his head at this time. "It's enough to be here. Besides, it's the first time to talk to you like this, Mr. Smith. I'll remember it." I didn't say anything. Mr. Smith shook his head. "If there's a chance, I'll come again." The man in formal attire stood up and put on the tall hat at the same time. "Sorry to disturb you today, sir." What a strange guy. Looking at the back of the man in formal attire, Mr. Smith was a little dazed. He shook his head again and then walked into the ICU. After disinfecting and changing into clean clothes, Mr. Smith suddenly glanced at the gift box that was casually put aside when he entered the door. Perhaps on the day his wife wakes up and opens it herself, it would be a nice gift, wouldn't it? He hoped that day would come as soon as possible. He came to the bedside, pulled out his wife's hand from the quilt, and then held it tightly. Mr. Smith began to pray. His wife was a devout believer, and so was he later. Unconsciously, Mr. Smith lay on the bedside and fell into a deep sleep. He would suddenly fall asleep 1 or 2 times a day because of sleepiness, maybe because he was too tired. Every time he suddenly fell asleep, Mr. Smith would think so after waking up. What he didn't know was that every time he fell asleep, someone would gently open the door of the ICU and then slowly walk in. A man in a white shirt and white gloves. Looking at the two holding hands, the man in the white shirt, Mr. Poulin showed a gentle smile on his face. He liked the tranquility and the scene in front of him very much, no doubt. But in the more than 30 years of life, he had seen countless scenes. But only this ordinary couple had such a feeling of liking. Should I also find a partner or something, looking at Mr. Smith holding his wife's hand? He suddenly thought of the pair of students in the Butterfly Society. Mr. Poulin couldn't help but have a strange thought. Sure enough, after being single for too long, seeing this kind of pair would cause one to suffer a critical hit. He shook his head, opened the gift box that the student gave him, and then gently sprinkled the flower paste of the red spider lily on Mr. Smith and his wife. Flower paste of the red spider lily. "I've only heard of this kind of thing, but I've never seen it before," Mr. Poulin said as he sighed. "Yellow spring, a saying of the Eastern hell." As a professional theology teacher, Mr. Poulin had a good knowledge of theology, and the concept of the yellow spring flashed through his mind quickly. In mysticism, in the legends of the East, there was indeed a set of theories of life and death, reincarnation, and reincarnation that were far more complete than Western myths. But that was only a legend of the East. For Mr. Poulin, after a human died, there was only one place for the soul to return to, and that was the source of his death power. "I hope I can see you being born in these few days." Mr. Poulin patted the layer of mud on his gloves, looking at Mrs. Deborah's bulging belly. His smile became gentler, a small life. He quietly left the ward. In the isolation room outside, a gift box wrapped in patterned gift paper attracted his attention. Stop. Mr. Poulin had the thought of opening this box. But at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Obviously, the nurse from the hospital came to patrol the room. Mr. Poulin hesitated for a moment, then directly pushed open the door and walked out. He just happened to meet the nurse. Mr. Poulin smiled and nodded unhurriedly, and the nurse also nodded subconsciously. Mr. Poulin then walked out with a natural expression. After a while, the nurse said to herself doubtfully, "This guy, didn't he just leave? When did he change his clothes and come back? How about I go to visit another old friend?" Outside the hospital, Mr. Poulin looked at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. That was one of the thousands of sunsets he had seen, ordinary and ordinary. In this small town, the only person who could be considered a friend, other than the new student whom he had just met, was probably Father Stryker, who had secretly put a few pages of erotic thoughts in the scriptures when he preached to the believers. He wanted to go and say hello before leaving. The sun was setting in the west. He had experienced thousands of sunsets, and his figure was stretched out on the long street under such an ordinary and ordinary sunset. Miss Maid inserted the key, and the beetle that was resurrected by Taisetsu's hand started again. Boss Luo sat on the co-pilot seat and obediently buckled the seatbelt. So Miss Maid drove the car happily out of the parking lot of the college. At the same time, another black beetle in the corner of the parking lot also started at this time. Lamias held the steering wheel with one hand and put a cup of happy drink in the cup holder with the other hand. This was bought when she was bored waiting. Yes, she had been hiding in the car for the whole afternoon, and she even took a nap in the middle of the way. But when Lamias was ready to step on the accelerator and catch up with the car in front, the car suddenly shook, and then, with a bang, the front of the car, billowing black smoke, came out. A hashtag PS1. November 82, PS2, lying asleep. Chapter 16:24. Most people lived an ordinary life. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would lose hope for the future. At night, Wasco woke up from his meditation. The holy power in his body had almost recovered. He asked himself if he met the mysterious young man again, he would probably be suppressed again. No one provided any reference for Wasco, but this was indeed the only thought in his mind at this time. The main force of the Holy Church had not appeared yet. He suddenly remembered what Father Stella said before, and felt a little uneasy. But when he remembered that the main force of the Holy Church was led by a four-winged descending angel who was the leader of the descending angels, he felt a little relieved. The phone rang. It was a call from a few of the Holy Night trainees who were staying in the apartment outside. Wasco looked at the time and wondered if he had hit them too hard. They just woke up now. He picked up the phone, and a series of anxious questions came directly from the other side. "I'm fine. From now on, you all stay in the apartment until I come back. In the meantime, you can order takeout." After Wasco hung up the phone, he walked out of the room. He walked all the way until he saw Father Stella in the church. There were no lights in the church, but many white candles were lit. On the seats, on the floor, and even on the steps, the candlelight swayed because of the airflow brought by Wasco when he opened the door. He saw Father Stella sitting on the floor at this moment. There was a brazier in front of Father Strahl, and at this time he was constantly throwing pieces of thick square paper into the brazier from who knows where. "What are you doing?" Wasco frowned and came in front of Father Stella. Father Stella looked up and made a shushing gesture. "Lower your voice. Can't you see that I'm doing a religious rite? I'm ferrying the soul of the guy who died during the day." "Ferrying soul?" Wasco could not help but be startled and said subconsciously, "If you're ferrying soul, why don't you recite the scriptures and pray?" Of course, he knew what ferrying soul was. The clergymen of the Holy Church wandered in Europe and would subdue demons when they encountered ghosts. After subduing demons, they would naturally be ferrying soul. But Stella's method was obviously not the procedure of the Holy Church. He did not know what this stupid priest was up to. "You don't understand," Father Stella said seriously at this time. "The Holy Church's method won't work. I don't believe it. I learned this from the old monk who taught me Tongzi Gong. It's called burning clothes. I heard it's very effective. You don't believe it, old bastard. You see, in the past, when we prayed for the souls of the dead, we didn't actually do anything. All we did was move our mouths. Those souls did leave, but they left with nothing. When he was alive, he was a pauper. After he died, he was still a pauper. How heartless and cruel was that? Burning clothes is different. Burn more money for them. Now that the times are advanced, they can even burn their girlfriends. TSK, TSK, look at how happy they are. This is solving the problem from the root. Wasco was taken aback by this charlatan's words. Finally, he recalled something. Who exactly are you ferrying souls for? Stella asked curiously. Didn't I say that I'm ferrying the red coat in the middle and a bunch of useless holy knights and useless priests? Wasco glared at Stella with a dark face. After a while, he pushed the door open angrily. If this was not the sacred place of the church, he would have kicked the door open. Father Stryker sat alone in front of the brazier and continued to burn his clothes. Tom Cruise crawled out from under the stool and rubbed against Father Stryker's thigh in a fawning manner. The priest suddenly slapped his thigh hard. Oh no, what if I die that day and no one burns clothes for me? As he spoke, the priest grabbed Tom Cruise and grabbed a bunch of gold and silver paper treasures. He hurriedly walked into the courtyard and dug a hole to bury the paper treasures. Then he propped up Tom Cruise's eyes and aimed at the burying hole. He said earnestly, remember this place. My sexual happiness in the underworld depends on you. Tom Cruise struggled to escape from Father Stella's hands. Before he left, he scratched the priest's face, but there was no scratch. Father Stella chased after him while cursing and disappeared in an instant. Meyer Lotta, who was forgotten in the corner of the courtyard and had shackles on his hands and feet, poked his head out nervously at this moment and then shrunk back. Last night, he picked up a broken saw blade. At this time, he was trying hard to break the shackles on his feet, and it looked like he was about to succeed. This time, he was not going to collect supplies. He planned to wait until the shackles on his feet were broken, and then sneak out of this church with the big iron ball. Although this church must have some incredible treasures, Marlotta was not in the mood at all. As to why he thought that there were treasures hidden in the church. Others did not know that this church was actually suddenly transformed from a big hole, but how could he not know? The destroyed church had reappeared out of thin air. But at this time, he really did not have the mood to care about the treasures that might be hidden in the church. He felt the power of Hades. The power that instantly took away the lives of all the paladins and clergymen was exactly the same as described by the Lord of Darkness of Sothgod clan. Meyer Lotta lost the crystal that the Lord of Darkness gave him to sense Hades, but he did not use the crystal, did he not? Meyer Lotta even felt that his lost luck came back again. So, the speed of his hands that were rubbing the iron chains increased again, and his palms were almost bleeding. His breathing became faster and faster, and his eyes were bloodshot like a bull. When Lamias returned to the manor, it was already after dinner. At this time, the nun lady's face was black and gray. Her car was basically scrapped. Fortunately, under her pitiful appearance, there were still male students who volunteered to send her to the vicinity of the manor. But there was a partial torrential rain, and Lamias even fell into a muddy hole. When she climbed out, she happened to see a wild boar that was looking for food. God knew why a wild boar would appear in such a place, but after years of training, although she was a human, her physical fitness was not just for show. At least she escaped the misfortune of being eaten by the wild boar and successfully escaped. But along the way, she was in a panic and did not choose the path carefully. Her clothes were inevitably torn by weeds and branches, and she even lost one of her shoes. When she finally saw the light on the wall of the manor's gate in an unprecedented sorry state, Lamias was so moved that she almost had the impulse to kneel down and pray devoutly. Then she stepped on a sea urchin. Why? She seemed to be desperate for life, silently pulling out the sea urchin from the soles of her feet. Finally, she walked into the manor and came to the door of the house in a daze. Before she knocked on the door slowly opened. A ray of warm light shot out from the crack of the door, and then it was the servant girl's dim figure before the light and shadow. "Oh, Miss Lamias, you're back?" The servant girl said in surprise at this time. "It's so late, you should inform us. Dinner time is over." Lamias sneered in her heart. "Inform? Have you ever told me your phone number? Don't worry." The servant girl smiled and said, If you feel hungry, I can prepare food for you right away. I'm still very confident about my cooking. Lamias didn't want to eat the food given to her, but thinking that she really didn't eat anything today, her ordinary body couldn't bear it. Even if the servant girl made things difficult for her, Lamias was not a vegetarian. She had been receiving various difficult training since childhood and had tried all kinds of exotic ingredients. As long as it was protein, it was crispy. Then I'll have to trouble you. I happen to be a little hungry. Lamia smiled. Even if she looked quite bad at this time, she still had to keep smiling. But when she looked at a plate of sea urchin dishes in front of her, Lamias felt that she seemed to be too naive. Well, Miss Lamias, I wish you a pleasant meal. The servant girl whispered at this time. In addition, after 9 o'clock, I hope you can keep quiet, or you will disturb the master's rest. I usually go to bed early. The servant girl nodded and left in a happy mood. Lamias looked at the big bowl of sea urchin rice, hesitated for a moment, and finally the instinct of replenishing strength overcame her worry, and she took a small bite. Delicious! She didn't expect it, so she opened her eyes wide at once. She felt that her whole body seemed to be washed, even her messy hair seemed to be much smoother. Ding! The iron chain had been sawed off unknowingly. When the moment came, my Lotta couldn't help but have a feeling of tears in his eyes. He was too difficult. From a senior cadre of Sothgod clan to a mortal after losing his power. Until now, he knew the preciousness of power. Hello. But before my Lotta had time to be moved by himself, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, which suddenly made my Lotta, who was always frightened, jump up at once. It's you. At the window of the dim room, the figure standing there was Teacher Poulin, who sent him to Father Stella. He was tricked by this seemingly harmless man in a white shirt and fell into this trap. I'm here to see you. Teacher Poulin smiled slightly. I'm leaving soon. It seems that you're living well now, very well. You're leaving. My Lotta suppressed his anger at once and frowned at the same time, subconsciously asking, why? To see other sceneries. Teacher Poulin said quite casually, life is a non-stop journey, and I like to see the sceneries along the way. My Lotta shook his head, holding the big iron ball out of the utility room with some difficulty. Let's make a deal before you leave. Can you help me get rid of this thing and I'll owe you a favor? Teacher Poulin thought for a while and won my Lotta's request. He reached out and broke all the chains on my Lotta's body. My Lotta was silent for a while and then asked, Give me a way to find you. I don't owe favors to others. Teacher Poulin shook his head. I introduced you here, but I didn't expect you to suffer some hardships. Forget about the favor. Just take it as a little compensation. In addition, as a mortal, it's really not easy. My Lotta didn't comment. Teacher Poulin smiled and said, Although it's not easy, they are still very strong to live. I'll go and say hello to Father Stella. Watching Teacher Poulin walk toward the church, my Lotta couldn't be happier. Who knew where that old faker would come from to knock him a few more times? He was really afraid of Father Stella, and he couldn't understand it with common sense. At this time, Teacher Poulin was going to pester him, so it was naturally better. Freedom. He felt this aura again, and his heart was filled with courage and hope for the future. It was as if there was a brand new strength gushing out, and his footsteps couldn't help but become more steady. He felt something strange coming from the bottom of his feet, and he couldn't help but look down. It was the shards of the chain that had been broken by Teacher Poulin and thrown on the ground. He had inadvertently stepped on them and shattered them. Of course, he couldn't step on the shards of the chain. Maybe in the past, but obviously not now. Mio Lotta subconsciously crouched down and extended his hand to grab a section of the iron chain. At this moment, the iron chain in his hand suddenly decayed and then broke apart. Not only that, the areas where the iron chain touched, the grass even began to wither. This is... Teacher Poulin found Father Stella in the confessional of the church. When he found him, the priest's face was covered with an indescribable magazine, and his snoring wasn't very loud. Teacher Poulin gently knocked on the door of the small dark room in the confessional. Father Stella woke up with a start and quickly put away the magazine while wiping his saliva. "Oh, Sponsor Daddy, who donated money. No, Lost Traveler, please tell me what you feel guilty about. I am Father Stella and I can help you. Hey, it's you? Why are you here again after such a short time?" Teacher Poulin only felt that this concept was strange, but he didn't think too much about it. He just smiled and said, "I will be leaving here in 2 days. Now that I think about it, I haven't entered your confessional even once, so I want to experience it. Can I talk to you?" "Money. Forget it. We are acquaintances." Father Stella shook his head and lowered his head to continue reading the magazine. However, he allowed Teacher Poulin to enter. Teacher Poulin didn't mind. After sitting down, he thought for a while and asked, "Father, what do you think death is?" The priest casually turned a page of the magazine, and without thinking, he said perfunctorily, "Those without money die of poverty. Those without girlfriends die of masturbation. Those who are unlucky die of a car crash. Those who are rich, how the hell do I know what cards they have to play to kill themselves? In any case, I can't kill you. All right, next." Teacher Poulin smiled and suddenly said, "Do you want to kill me?" Father Stella was startled and suddenly raised his head. He looked at Teacher Poulin through the lattice on the wooden board of the small dark room. After staring at him for a while, he asked tentatively, "Is your head okay? I will fight with you. Don't try to scam me. I don't have money." Teacher Poulin smiled again, stood up, and said softly, "Goodbye." Chapter 16:25. When Mr. Poulin left, Father Stella didn't ask him to stay. He didn't even want to come out of the confessional, small dark room. Mr. Poulin didn't care. He looked up at the stars. The stars were dim, and it seemed like a storm was coming. Most seaside towns were like this. Maybe there would be a light rain before dawn. Mr. Poulin planned to go to the hospital again. Before he left, if there was nothing special, he should be there. He knew that the little life would be born in 1 or 2 days. When he went out, someone stood in front of Mr. Poulin and stopped him. "My Lotta, you haven't left yet. Is there anything else?" Mr. Poulin asked curiously. At this time, my Lotta looked at him strangely. But my Lotta said, "There is something I want to ask you." "What is it?" My Lotta thought for a while and said, "Your power. Is your power related to death?" When those broken chains fell to the ground, the grass nearby had already dried up. Even the ants in the soil died. Teacher Poulin couldn't help but furrow his brows. He actually didn't care that my Lotta knew about this matter. What he cared about was that his death energy had unexpectedly already overflowed, and he himself hadn't noticed it. He subconsciously looked at the gloves he used to confine the power of death. In theory, this pair of gloves could prevent the power of death from leaking out. It seemed that after the 4th explosion of the power of death, the effect of this pair of gloves had begun to lose its effect. It seemed that his decision to leave was not wrong. "Don't you already have the answer in your heart?" Mr. Poulin shook his head and said, "Why do you still ask me personally?" As expected, my Lotta was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly walked to Mr. Poulin. His eyes were blazing. "The goddess of luck didn't abandon me. It turns out that I was so close to my goal. Do you know that I came here all for you?" "Well, I don't want to know now," Teacher Poulin said lightly. After that, he took half a step back lightly. It was mainly because he was bald, muscular, and strong. It was really very difficult to reverse his approval of a certain concept. "Nether King," my Lotta took a deep breath and said, "Does your power come from Hell King? Tell me, where is the King of Hell?" "Nether King?" Teacher Poulin subconsciously furrowed his brows. Even if he wasn't a theology teacher who had already left his post, as someone who walked between non-humans and humans, he obviously knew which one's the underworld king was referring to. Because most of the myths in the world were chaotic and some of the myths were intertwined with each other and evolved, there were actually a few gods who were called Pluto. Of course, since they were Pluto, they could naturally be associated with death. "I don't know the Nether King." Teacher Poulin shook his head at this time. I can indeed control some abilities that bring death, but it seems to be innate. It shouldn't be from Pluto, as you said. Impossible. You lied to me. My Lotta was agitated at this time. He didn't care that he had no power and directly grabbed Teacher Poulin's arm. You must know where the Nether King is. Perhaps Teacher Poulin really didn't know where the Nether King was, because he himself might be the Nether King. This thought flashed through my Lotta's mind almost at the moment when he recognized the power of death. But it was also denied in the next moment. What was the Nether King? The Nether King was the murderer of the Greek gods. It was the ultimate weapon created by the master of the underworld to fight against Mount Olympus. The existence of the Nether King would only bring death to the world. If Teacher Poulin was the Nether King, the present world would have become the new underworld. My Lotta had seen the Nether King before. When he first came to the present world with his companions, he had already met the Nether King. His companions died because of the appearance of the Nether King. My Lotta couldn't see the Nether King's appearance clearly at that time, but he could remember the feeling that the Nether King gave people. The feeling that the ordinary teacher and the man in the black suit gave people was completely different. So, Teacher Poulin must have come into contact with the Nether King and then obtained a trace of the power of death from the Nether King. Even if it was just a trace of power, it was enough to make Teacher Poulin strong. After all, the Nether King was created by the master of the underworld. It was a super weapon that even the gods on Mount Olympus were terrified of. I have no reason to lie to you. Teacher Poulin pushed my Lotta's hand away. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself. If the power of death leaked to my Lotta's body again, it would probably cause him to lose a lot of life or even death. No, no, no. My Lotta was a little panicked. Listen to me. I'm looking for the Nether King. But I don't mean to destroy it. You don't have to worry at all. On the contrary, the reason why I came to find the Nether King is to invite it back. Only the Nether King can let our Soth God clan regain the glory of the past. So, in fact, you still want to obtain the power of the Nether King, right? Teacher Poulin shook his head and said, I hope that the power of the Nether King can fulfill your wish. You don't understand. You really don't understand. My Lotta said emotionally, the Nether King is a remnant of the God clan. It is the power of the God clan, no matter which side it belonged to in the War of the Gods. The most important thing is the present, the current Soth God clan. We are all descendants of the gods. We are inseparable, whether it is the sky, the sea, or the remnants of the underworld. We are already closely connected. We only want to restore the glory of the age of the gods. You can use the power of death. In theory, you are also a member of our Soth God clan. You also have an obligation to contribute to the great revival of the Soth God clan. Poulin, believe me, you will become the hero of our clan. You will be the only son of death. My Lotta was really trying to express something. Teacher Poulin could feel the urgency in his heart. Unfortunately, I am not interested in this. Moreover, the power of death in my body will not be of help to anyone. Apart from bringing death, it has no other use. If you want to find traces of the Nether King, I suggest you go to the European continent. That is the origin of Hades. Of course, you can also go to ancient Egypt to dig. Maybe you can find clues about Osiris. Anyway, it is the Nether King, the Lord of Darkness. My Lotta gritted his teeth and said, I will take you to see the Lord of Darkness. After you see it, you will understand everything, and believe me. The Lord of Darkness? The Lord of Darkness is a great existence that survived the War of the Gods. My Lotta said with a pious face, the great Lord of Darkness is different from us descendants of the gods. It is the real deal. Since the age of the gods, it has been a real god. It is the true god of the Soth God clan. Its knowledge will lead us back to the peak and take back the god kingdom from the shameless thieves of the Magician Association. The gods are dead, but the so-called Lord of Darkness survived. It is really not easy. Teacher Poulin nodded. Okay, I will go with you to meet this Lord of Darkness. Anyway, I have always been very interested in the origin of the power in my body. Then what are you waiting for? My Lotta was instantly overjoyed. He could not wait to grow wings and fly back to the Soth God clan to meet the Lord of Darkness. But he suddenly remembered another thing. Having lost his power, he could not open the coordinate channel to the Inhuman domain. Do you have the coordinates to enter the Inhuman domain? Teacher Poulin sized my Lotta up from head to toe. He only looked at this baldy who was almost 2 meters tall, so ashamed and indignant that he couldn't raise his head. Only then did he slowly say, I don't have this kind of thing, but it seems that there are a few public coordinate channel stations in the modern world. I actually passed by a few before. You have not been to the Inhuman domain even once. My Lotta said in disbelief. Teacher Poulin shook his head. I was not interested in it before. The modern world is very big, and there are many places I have not been to. There is no need to go to new places. Then let's go now. Not now. Teacher Poulin shook his head. I have to wait for 2 more days before leaving here. Okay, 2 days it is. My Lotta said without thinking. But in these 2 days, you are not allowed to leave me. Tell me more about the Socius God clan. Teacher Poulin waved his hand. There is also the matter of Hell King. I have to go to the hospital now, so let's talk on the way. In that case, the Lord of Darkness is actually a pitiful fellow sealed in the stone wall, and your Socius God clan is just a small group that has been suppressed by the Magician Association and is forced to hide, right? On the way, looking at Mayo Lotta's expression that almost wanted to go berserk, Teacher Poulin pushed up his glasses and said very helplessly, after listening to you say so much, I keep feeling that your Socius God clan is really doing something that has no future. How about your Soth God clan reconcile with the Magician Association? What did you say? My Lotta almost screamed. Teacher Poulin pushed up his glasses again and said, You also said that your Sovin God clan has already undergone a split. A portion of your clansmen have already integrated into the Magician Association, and it seems that some of them have reached the top. I feel that this portion of clansmen who left are very far-sighted. If the remaining people of your clan nod, the final result will probably be a happy ending? Impossible, my Lotta said angrily. The Magician Association only intends to dilute and assimilate our bloodline to obtain the power of the gods from us. The power of the great gods can't be tainted by mortals. Teacher Poulin smiled and said, Let me think. If the knowledge I learned didn't lie to me, the gods in the era of the gods were more open. They almost sowed everything. My Lotta trembled with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have the power now, he would have knocked this guy unconscious and tied him up to bring him home. Okay, I'll still go and see the Lord of Darkness that you worship, Teacher Poulin said coldly. My Lotta calmed down a little. I said so much, and now it's your turn. How did you get the power of Hell King? I said that I had it since I was young. Teacher Poulin shrugged. It's like a talent. My Lotta sneered in his heart. Keep pretending. When the Lord of Darkness goes to the Lord of Darkness, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. At this time, my Lotta suddenly remembered something. It was the death of the knights and clergymen of the Holy Church during the day. Although he didn't see who did it, he clearly felt the shroud of the power of death. Now that he knew that Teacher Poulin also had the power of death, he directly made the connection. So, my Lotta directly looked at Teacher Poulin and asked, Oh, right. Do you have a grudge with the Holy Church? No. Teacher Poulin shook his head. Why do you ask? No. My Lotta frowned. If not, why did you harvest the lives of those holy knights and clergymen during the day? Was it to help that old faker Stella? Teacher Poulin suddenly stopped. It wasn't because of my Lotta's last words, but because a passerby suddenly fell down in front of the road. This person had just walked past the streetlight on the sidewalk, and then suddenly fell down without any warning. A drunkard? My Lotta frowned. Who would suddenly fall down in the street like this? Many of them were drunkards. No, Teacher Poulin said he is dead. Dead. My Lotta was a little surprised, but he didn't panic. His hands were once stained with blood. In the early days of the inhuman domain, there were all kinds of violence and blood. If he is dead, then he is dead. What's so strange about it? Humans are so fragile. But suddenly he remembered what he had suffered in the church as a powerless person. He suddenly felt irritated and shut his mouth. No, it's very strange. Teacher Poulin directly walked up and came to the side of the dead passerby. He squatted down and carefully examined. What's strange? My Lotta asked from behind. Teacher Poulin thought for a while and said, he will indeed die, and it will be in the near future, because his body is not very good and he has heart disease. But it won't be today. His time has been prematurely ended. You mean to say that he was actually killed? My Lotta said with dissatisfaction. Just say it directly. Why make it so complicated? Teacher Poulin shook his head. There were some things that he couldn't explain to my Lotta in detail. Not everyone was like his new student, who had outstanding comprehension ability. Look, my Lotta suddenly shouted in a low voice. He was talking about the road ahead. The people who were walking sparsely on the road ahead suddenly fell to the ground one after another. Bang! A car suddenly lost control and crashed into the entrance of a clothing store on the side of the road. Who? Teacher Poulin looked at the chaotic and strange street in surprise. People were actually dying one after another, ending the life of this town prematurely, //. Chapter 16, 26. The pedestrians didn't make any sound as they fell down one by one. Then they stopped breathing and welcomed death. My Lotta was shocked, but he didn't lose his composure. He checked them one by one. After walking forward for about 10 meters and seeing 3 corpses, he couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be a curse? He didn't see any fatal wounds on the townsfolk, so he could only deduce that an inhuman might have dealt a mental blow to them. But in fact, even if a mental blow had been dealt, the human body should still be active for a short period of time. But these people lost all their vitality in an instant. Mr. Poulin looked up at the sky and didn't say anything. What are you looking at? My Lotta's heart trembled. He felt that he might have missed something because his power was sealed. You can see now. Mr. Poulin reached out his hand and tapped on my Lotta's forehead. See? My Lotta's eyes immediately focused. He saw that under the night sky, little bits of light were slowly floating into the sky. The light was like fireflies. It was a beautiful scene, but at the same time it was terrifying. This was because these fluorescent lights were the souls of people who had died. They could become spirits, ghosts, or evil spirits. It all depended on the environmental conditions at the time. But obviously, these souls didn't become anything. They were just in their original state. My Lotta immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly realized what Teacher Poulin meant when he said that the town's time had ended. Someone, or rather, some power was harvesting all the lives in this town. Pluto! In an instant, the answer appeared in my Lotta's mind. Pluto had appeared. Only Pluto could bring death. I found it. I finally found it. The ecstasy instantly swept away all of my Lotta's gloominess. He laughed wildly and was about to chase in the direction where the souls were gathering. Hell King would definitely be at the end of the gathering of souls. You better not be too far away from me. But at this moment, Teacher Poulin's words were like a basin of cold water, making my Lotta feel as if he had sucked in a breath of extremely cold air. Leave me too far, and you will also become like them. My Lotta, who had just taken a step forward, stiffened his body in an instant. The foot he had just lifted stopped abruptly. He instinctively shuddered, and with an ugly expression, he turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" "You will die." Teacher Poulin's answer was unusually simple and crude. Are you going? You will definitely go, right? That's where the souls of the dead go. My Lotta looked at Poulin anxiously and said, I seem to hear the call of Hades. It's summoning me. Teacher Poulin said, No, you are just too excited, so you are hallucinating. It is not calling for anyone. Wake up, don't dream. I don't believe it. My Lotta's eyes seemed to spit fire. Then take 5 steps forward. Teacher Poulin thought for a while and said, Beyond 5 steps it is no longer safe. I have already reminded you. Your life is in your own hands. My Lotta took 4.5 steps. At the last half step, his whole body was covered in cold sweat, as if he could not take another step no matter what. He even felt despair. Cowardice, fear, and all kinds of negative emotions exploded. Recalling the experiences of these days, the pride of the past was instantly shattered, and the last bit of self-respect he had left was completely trampled on by life. I am just a piece of sh*t. He clenched his teeth and finally took the last half step. He closed his eyes tightly. Even if he really welcomed death at this moment, he was already fearless. He felt as if his soul had been sublimated, and only felt his whole body relaxed. But he did not die like Teacher Poulin said. He was still standing, and nothing in front of him changed. I am not dead. I am not dead. My Lotta was absent-minded at this moment, and then ecstasy followed. Ha ha ha. I am not dead. Did you see? Hades did not take my life. It must have sensed the blood of the gods in my body. I will become one of its people. Gods will not slaughter their own people. No, it is just that I am behind you. Teacher Poulin's voice came from behind my Lotta, neither slow nor fast. My Lotta broke down. Looking at the 5 steps in front of him, he suddenly lost the courage to take another step. But Teacher Poulin continued to walk forward, and my Lotta suddenly trembled, quickly followed and asked anxiously, Where are you going? To see what happened. Teacher Poulin said indifferently, Besides, I also want to see what Hades looks like. If there is really a Hades, maybe it can answer some of the questions I have all along. My Lotta did not say anything. As long as Teacher Poulin was willing to go, it seemed to be good. Although he had lost the power as an inhuman, he was very sure that Hades was there. At this time in the town, more and more townsfolk were falling down. The range was not limited to the center of the town, but had already spread to the surroundings. Those souls that slowly floated into the night sky and were attracted by something, gathering in the same place, gradually increased. It was like a large wetland, and then it came to midsummer night. Deep sea. There were countless sea routes here, no matter whether it was above sea level or below sea level. It was even a mysterious area that had far more secrets than the land. A huge shadow was moving under the sea. In the gloomy depths of the sea, the body of this huge creature was constantly flashing with different kinds of faint lights. In the huge monster. Report, the wreckage of the Nautilus has been found. Do we want to explore it? As the captain of another huge submarine of the Black Order, Justin was one of the masterminds of the new faction. When the subordinate was reporting, Justin was thinking about the intention of the religious order's chief. He was a little confused, because almost 80% of the Black Order's headquarters power was used this time. In other words, this submarine sailing in the deep sea at this time was almost all the power of the Black Order. Those who stayed were only some field personnel and ordinary members who did not have access to the core. They stayed only to let the headquarters operate at a minimum level. Why would the chief give such an order? Not only that, even Master Pride was directly brought along. Even the things like the 100-year plan were directly moved into the submarine. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that this submarine was not a product of the civilization on the land. Otherwise, there was no way to prepare everything in such a short time. At this time, the subordinate's report interrupted Captain Justin's thoughts. If he was the one sailing this time, he could give the order immediately, but the chief of the Black Order was here. Captain Justin had no choice but to contact the chief directly to ask about the Nautilus. But the answer he got was, there was no need to waste time on a silent Nautilus. land as soon as possible. His tone was resolute, as if this Nautilus was just an insignificant wooden boat. This Nautilus was once the most powerful submarine of the Black Order, and even now, many of its functions were still incomparably powerful. But the chief's order could not be disobeyed. This was a belief that came from Justin's heart. Although the Black Order was divided into the new faction and the old faction, and although the secret struggle between the two factions was fierce, as long as it was the chief's order, they could not disobey it. Every core member of the upper echelon of the Black religious congregation had a spiritual suggestion placed on them by the chief. Under the influence of the chief's enormous spiritual power, these core members were like puppets. The new faction and the old faction were fighting endlessly because of master pride, but that was only because the chief had been silent. At this time, when the chief gave the order, the Black Order mobilized most of its overall strength in the shortest time possible. It could be said that they had turned out in full force. Unlike the Holy Church, which was intertwined, the Black Order was completely a one-man order of the supremely talented chief. Find a suitable landing point as soon as possible. At this time, Captain Justin directly gave the order. At the same time, a guy who gave him an incomparable headache appeared in front of Captain Justin's eyes. What appeared on the screen was the extremely ugly face of Master Pride. Not only that, some scenes in the room also appeared in front of Captain Justin's eyes at the same time. Although it was only some of the scenes in the corner, when Captain Justin saw half of the girl's body covered with scars, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. "There aren't enough toys, send some more." Master Pride only said this one sentence, and then directly turned off the communication. In the control room, a group of subordinates looked at the captain one after another. Captain Justin heaved a sigh of relief at this time. He lay down rather weakly. He looked at the angry eyes of his subordinates and finally sighed. He waved his hand and said, "This time send a few more over. For the future holy war and rise, some sacrifices are necessary." In the control room, an extremely oppressive silence suddenly filled the air. Why did they have to constantly satisfy Pride's request? Wouldn't it be better to directly control him and torture him? How could Captain Justin not know what these young people were thinking? But what these young people didn't know was that this Master Pride couldn't be killed, and he couldn't even be controlled. He could refine his own body into something else, and thus break away from all seals. The so-called barriers could also be directly refined by him and become ions drifting in the air. As for human firearms in Master Pride's eyes, they were nothing but a pile of scrap iron. More importantly, if you couldn't kill him, he would kill you. Rather than saying that the Black Order obtained the right to cooperate with Master Pride by satisfying his request, it was better to say that in order to obtain Pride's help, the Brotherhood did everything they could to curry favor with Pride. The relationship between the two sides was already unbalanced from the very beginning. After turning off the communication in the luxurious room, even though they had moved to a place sailing under the sea, Pride still insisted on a comfortable environment. This room originally belonged to the chief of the Black Order, but now he had taken it. A bunch of slaves. Master Pride immediately sneered. "You've already missed the opportunity to control me." The opportunity to control him was only at the very beginning. When he had fallen into the small world, he had been suppressed by this small world to the point that he had almost completely lost his power, and even an ordinary person could kill him. Now, after a period of recuperation, he had already analyzed part of the world will of this small world, and had written in some of the rules from his origin small world, allowing the ability of alchemy of composition to be used. After that, the Black Order was no longer in his eyes. The reason why he had stayed was because he needed some slaves in the small world, and he was also quite interested in the things that the Black Order lived in. That was why he had been patient enough to play around. The Demon King of Alchemy, the man who used despair to rule the world. This was Pride's life before he left his origin small world. He could have continued his life of toying with the entire world. But after his power had reached the end of its peak, he had actually gone insane and wanted to turn the world into his own plaything, and in the end he had become a tool for the world to destroy his civilization. However, Pride was indeed a saddened and insane person. When his civilization was destroyed, he did not hesitate to mobilize most of the alchemists in the empire and used billions of life force to create a passage to this small world. He had even refined his own body into a philosopher's stone that could store the power of alchemy of composition and enter the void. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 men, and his success was the destruction of the entire empire. My power is still far from being restored. Master Pride was thinking about something as he enjoyed the service of a prostitute in fear and trepidation. He had fought with his enemy in a crack, and in the end, because of a terrifying ripple that disturbed the dimension, he had lost his footing and fell into this small world where the gods' beliefs were extremely chaotic and abnormally diverse. Pride believed that if he could survive, his enemy could do the same. Otherwise, he would have already destroyed his enemy in the void. Therefore, there is no guarantee that his enemy was currently hiding in that corner of this world, secretly developing and accumulating power. "You're hurting me." Suddenly, Master Pride snorted coldly and swung his fist. Before the prostitute could say anything, her neck had already been broken by Pride. He liked the feeling of torturing and killing young girls, especially women who were beautiful, goddesses in the eyes of countless people. The feeling of torturing and killing them was even more addictive. The moment the young girl's neck was broken, she was immediately thrown away by Pride. He swept his gaze around and saw another girl hiding in the corner, shivering as she crawled over. However, at this moment, the screen in the luxurious room suddenly turned on, and what appeared in front of Master Pride's eyes was an abnormally old face that was covered in wrinkles. "Pride, are you awake?" The old man was the chief of the Black Order. #######PS1. There's a catch-up tonight later. Try to finish it before 12:30. PS2. Also, I'll recommend a new book that needs to be watered with love to grow. Players Super Justice by 10 Strings Buki.